All right. So I'm hoping you guys enjoyed that. Here, let me. Eh. So yeah, I didn't make that. That was something I pulled, but I was on a quest to find like what embodied like early internet YouTube AMV vibe, quite like that. And I found the Bleach AMV Ichigo versus Old Kiora, Time of Dying, and it's like, you know what, that's pretty fucking yeah, that's pretty much exactly what it was like. It's like you were just throwing scenes together because it looked cool. Yeah, the subtitles were there. Yeah, it was crusty as fuck. Uh, you tried to throw in transition edits because you were like, no, but that's what you do, right? That's what you do. It's like a movie. And the guy even already says it was his first AMV, and he made it in 2010. Oh my god. Put in perspective, I was watching AMVs from like 2007. Oh fuck. Arthur Thompson for $2. I hate how everyone pretends they didn't have fun. Yeah. Simpler times. It really was. It really was. Gintama though, I've never seen a Gintama one. Mainly because I didn't really get into Gintama until like way later. But yeah, there were a ton of these. GMVs better than AMVs. GMVs were all over the place too. I remember always there was a Halo Time of Dying one as well that I distinctly remember. Remember when the AMV Hell was new? God, that shit was kino as fuck. Yeah, a lot of people like those. And yeah, the way it ends with like the attempt at a credit scene where it's like the Comic Sans and has his username and all that. It's like, god damn. The fact this is even able to stay up. Oh, wrong one. The fact this is even able to stay up is fucking commendable. Give this man love, because like he was able to keep that going despite copyright bullshit taking down everything left and right. I know Gintama thanks to AMV, huh? But yeah, it's like it is a real testament to history, to cultural history, man. Where you had no idea what the fuck you were doing. You had Windows Movie Maker, you had a bunch of anime, and you were gonna slam them together and make something. It's like God bless you, Blizzard Dragon. God bless you. You are a trooper. You are a historian. What's a GMV? Same thing as an AMV where you're taking scenes, but it's from a video game. So like you're syncing up, I don't know, like Dead Rising cutscenes to Disturbed. I don't know. I do not know whom Bleach or the song, so it's kept him safe like from the fucking Iron Dome all these years. Yeah, right? That little disclaimer that he does not, in fact, own Bleach. He is not Kubo. Is the one thing kept him alive. God bless you, Blizzard Dragon. God bless you. Alright, putting that away now. Alright. Yeah, what you just watched is like 95% of my childhood right there. I watched a whole lot of AMVs because it was something to do, like multitasking while I play video games. Finish Liza P? No, I didn't play it today. I was watching the dogs. And I was watching Bleach. Because, yeah, I'm still going through my quest. I discovered I made a horrible fucking mistake. I'm not even at the Bount arc yet. There was a large chunk of time where I thought I was in the Bount arc, and I'm not even finished with the Soul Society arc yet. I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, why am... I could have sworn I was in the Bount arc. Well, like, what the fuck? You know, because, like, the 9 Anime will have it listed as, like, what's a canon episode and what's a filler episode. Filler episodes have yellow icons because it directly is trying to point out to you this is different. So I only got to, like, fucking episode 40, and I'm like, what the fuck? I know I'm further than that. It's because I'm also reading the manga, and I'm further in the manga, so I was getting confused. Kenny for $2 he sent a sticker. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You're still in the beginning. Yeah, right? Like, I'm still in the beginning. I'm like, wait a minute. No, I know for a fact I'm further. So I was having a binge through a bunch of episodes, and, like, I was like, no, I gotta at least make it to the Bount arc, and I'm pretty close now. I'm pretty close. Let me get to... Let me pull up the episode I'm on right now. I just got done with episode 53. So I am like... Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. I am like 10 episodes away from the beginning of the Bount arc. You like the manga so far? Yeah, I mean, it's Bleach. Bleach is good. Skip filler. You don't understand, okay? You don't understand. So, I have read through the manga before, but it was a long-ass time ago. And I made a bet with Irishman where it's like, hey, if you start Gintama, I'll start Bleach, quote-unquote, because he didn't know that I've always been through it. So he started Gintama and is like, wait a minute, you already read through Bleach before? It's like, yeah, I didn't finish it. I didn't get to 1,000 Year Blood War, but yeah. So we had to make an amendment to the bet where it's like, okay, I'll watch every single episode, including the filler, and then we will all sit down and, our friend group will all sit down and we'll watch 1,000 Year Blood War, because we've all held off on watching it. I think Dick Bro is the only one that watched it, and that's just because he doesn't watch anime nights with us. Why do you count in Spanish? It's just a habit. Still remember Saints Row 2 Time of Dying AMV? Oh, God. Your realization you're still in the beginning is the same sensation I had when playing the beginning of Cyberpunk? Yeah, right? Who draws women better, Kubo or Murata? I will say Murata. Murata is consistently better. Kubo, it took until the Bleach of art, the art of Bleach all around improved for them to get really good. Also, any AMV with You're Gonna Go Far Arcade. Yeah, I saw a lot of those too. You should have skipped the Bount arc. I don't remember the spelling. No, you don't understand. Every episode, it has to be. Coolest character? That's genuinely kind of hard. Ichigo is a fun protagonist. I like the black guy. The blind black guy that fought the captain with the eye patch. I thought he was pretty fucking sick. Keep bringing up at Evil West is really good. Yeah, I hear it's good. What current anime you're watching? So we started Pluto. We are also watching Spy Family. We're getting through, I think we finished Kengan Ashura Season 2. We finished Last Man, which I don't know if you want to count that as anime, but, Be interesting to see you make a Bleach review, especially after years of people criticizing it for one reason or another. It'd be fun to talk about, but I got plans. I got a whole set of plans. Did you ever get into Danganronpa? The violence bad talk yesterday reminded me of how the third game tried to do that. I had a 5-hour argument with my bro about why that game sucks. No, I got into Ace Attorney, which was, in my mind, Danganronpa, but more fun because it's a legal drama, quote unquote. As much as you can strain the definition of a legal drama. Watch the anime for 1,000 Year Blood War, read the manga of 1,000 Year Blood War till the bad guy reaches Royal Palace. That's what I'm hearing. It's like the anime is actually a preferred option, which is interesting. Coolest Bleach character is, of course, Hitsugaya. Wait on the Gintama video should be eventually made. After I finish the Apocalypse trilogy, which I finally flipped the coin. It's like, okay, which one and what do I want to do? And it's gonna be In the Mouth of Madness. It's gonna be great. Monster AMV definitely were a thing. Oh yeah. Japanese legal drama. Don't let the American localization fool you. Yeah, but even then, there's a lot of I don't know if any court system would be okay with that. That's on Lost Judgment. I loved it. That game was awesome. Do you read Sutter Kane? Would you rather have Fed Smoker or Terry Davis be still alive? Everything I saw of Fed Smoker, he just seemed like any random white trash dude. So I'd probably go with Terry. Up to Act 3 in Baldur's Gate 3, writing took a bit of a dive. Background plots a repeat of Act 1, but far less nuanced. One side is always being painted as evil. Yeah, a lot of RPGs kind of fail to stick the landing. Wasn't the Bleach anime heavily censored compared to the manga back in the day? Yeah. Which is not really that uncommon of a story, especially for shonen. Anyone that watched Naruto back in the day can attest to that, where it's like, yeah, I mean, you had the anime and it was alright, but then you had the manga, which was full of all sorts of stuff. Scariest game you played? Darkwood is pretty damn creepy. There are some parts of Darkwood I legit feel unnerved playing. It's pretty great. Yep, had a center dismemberment and blood, but it's shonen. Yeah. Sunday stream. Yeah, I know. I broke the usual time again. I was gonna do Road to 80 on Thursday, as we are wont to do, but we ended up hanging out with Dick Bro and his family, and ended up taking more time than I realized. I'm like, fuck it. Instead of starting the stream at midnight, I was just gonna wait till like Sunday. Oh yeah, Attack on Titan finally adapted its final chapters for the anime. Everyone's finally free and people are coping about the ending. Yep. That's Laren. All their story take a nosedive on the third act. Yeah, I stated it's a pretty common thing in Western RPGs where the ending never really is as good as like the beginning and middle of the game. Do you plan on making a video on Vampire Hunter D in the future? A lot of people requested it, so yeah. Final acts always feel a bit worse, but knowing that Wizard oversaw the production, part of me can't help but think they wanted to repeat Act 1 but push the message they wanted more. And until you hear something definitive, that's just kind of speculation. As stated, a lot of it just comes down to they have to find a way to take a very open game where it's just about walking around and stumbling into adventures, and then push that into a main story. Because, you have to start scripting events for the player to get through, which kind of goes against the entire idea of a D&D like RPG, where you can break the story if you want. Thoughts on Kage no Jitsuroyo Kusha ni Naruto Kute? I don't know what that is. I've become cuck. Freedom of birds, Aaron Yeager. You skipped a hunt stream on my birthday, but then again, I probably would have missed the stream now that I think about it, so you have my thanks instead. Yeah, we hung out with Dick Bro and his family. We got to meet his kid. His kid's a little babby. Do you see? I'm going to talk about how Guardians of the Galaxy influenced the ending of Attack on Titan. I don't even want to know what's going on in that man's head. Eminence and Shadow is dope. Feel old seeing that adapted. It seems funny, where it's like you have a Chuni Boyo kid who gets isekai'd, and he's like talking about his usual Chuni Boyo shit, and it turns out it actually exists in the fantasy world. It's like, okay, that's kind of funny. Guys, your thoughts on Eminence of Shadow? Then just call it Eminence of Shadow. You fucker. The Chad Ichigo versus the cuck bird Aaron. Most blurst actor in RPG, in my opinion, was Tyranny by Obsidian, solely because they planned a 5-act RPG and literally ran out of budget. So actor was reduced to a 1-hour plot tie-up. Yeah. Many RPGs are like a really good porn flick that ends with nobody having an orgasm. Yeah. West Day, because a lot of them are designed with the idea of letting you do whatever the hell you want. Go out, solve any problem how you want and all that, but eventually they do have to force a main story onto you. You're given your motivation to go out and do stuff in the first place, and they have to in some way force there to be a main story. You have your exceptions. I think Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas are pretty good at not having a main plot to worry about where they have to force you into specific roads. Even then, that's arguable. But, you know what I mean. I think what I like about Eminence of Shadow is that the Chuni boy straight up doesn't even realize that everything he's viewing is real and just thinks everyone's just going along with his bullshit. That's funny. Xenoblade's great because he can do both. Yeah, a lot of JRPGs, like, people shit on JRPGs, but because they don't have to worry about factoring in so many different choices, they have the luxury of just making the story fun and making the story solid from beginning to end. Cult Personality $2. How much we gotta pay to do an Attack on Titan video? Not enough. For JRPGs myself, grew up on them, and CRPGs just feel odd to me. CRPGs are fun, but I always hit a point with them where I'm just kind of like, okay, I reached a point I want in the game, and now I'm just not going to touch it anymore. Baldur's Gate 3 is about the only one where that's an exception, where it's like, hey, I'm actually genuinely liking this. But yeah, I like JRPGs a lot more. People shit talk them all the time, and I'm like, dude, JRPGs can have a much better combat system, can have way more memorable characters, and all around the story can be more inventive and interesting because they don't take themselves as seriously. Or if they do take themselves seriously, they're really digging into the concept, like something like a Nier, Like Western RPGs, it just kind of always seems to be we want to be D&D but with a gimmick. MC of Eminence constantly thanks his harem girls in his mind for going along with his chuny bullshit. Do you prefer Nier Automata or Replicant? I will go with Automata. Automata had some really standout moments to it. I feel like Fallout does a good job because they always know what would affect the world later and what's just drop in the bucket regarding world events. That is true. Baldur's Gate 3 is weird because it's far better and arguably has a right to be. Yeah. How do I make it through high school? Don't be a pussy. Yeah, JRPGs really love to tell a story and letting you play out said story. Yeah. What's the most annoying buzzword for you? For me, For me, it's a May thing mentioning incels. That's hard. There's a lot of really annoying buzzwords. Probably objectification, because every time I've heard it, it's used in the most bullshit context ever. The alpha male Dark Schneider, the crying bitch boy Aaron. Yeah. Bastard Season 2's biggest sin is that the intro is nowhere near as fucking hype as Season 1's. Daddy Chill for $1, he just sent a rainbow. Have you seen the recent news about Insomniac Games? Yeah, Shota was right. Like, yeah, they're trying to retire Peter. Like, they're trying to retire Peter. And
at least $50 to some random YouTuber. Guess you earned a little appearance by old Uncle Saul.
Oh, the Saul glitched out. The Saul glitched out. Okay. Mark99 for $2. Reminder, drink some water. So how was your day? Had a good time at both my jobs. Yeah. I mainly watched, like I said, Bleach. And it was pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn fun. I have curiosity to you, what is objectification? So the actual definition of objectification is something or someone is only put on an advertisement or on a piece of media to objectify them, where they're basically a sex object. They are there just for their body and their looks. That is the literal definition. Every single time I've seen it used in practice, it's this character looks too pretty. That is always what it comes down to. It's this character looks too pretty. How dare you? Male gaze. It's like, fuck off. My buddy only saw Attack on Titan DBZ and decided to show him Berserker's reaction to the clips. Basically, no, wait. Yeah. Sexist is a good buzzword. Well, sexist can have legitimate context for it being used. I mean, there can be, like, legitimate assholes that are gunning after a gender because they're just douches, you know? What even is the male gaze? Literally, men made it so it appeals to men, and somehow that's bad. I mean, that is literally what it amounts to. It is, men made this to appeal to other men, and that is bad because how dare you appeal to other men? And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? I don't think YouTube will let me post my last comment. Yeah, they can get fucking weird. If the male gaze is bad, then the female gaze is bad too. No, shut up. You just can't handle a strong, independent woman coming in to lead your company and driving it into the fucking ground. I will forever love. So, like, back in the day, there was a there was like a comic going around because it was like when Marvel was just sinking into getting really fucking bad with woke shit, or at least when we all noticed it. And there was that trope going around where, like, you would have it was something movies did all the fucking time, but it would always be like the chick walks into the room with all the scientists, and they're like at their chalkboard looking at their equations and all that, and they're doing the they have their hand on their chin, and they're like, man, we just can't get this formula right. The chick walks in, erases a part, and writes it there, and walks away like a girl boss, and they're like, oh my god, they got that right. And there was like a comic edit of that where I don't think it was like a Mary Jane spinoff, but the chick looked exactly like Mary Jane, where, it was like a redhead chick. And she does exactly that, like erases part of an equation and fixes it for the scientist and walks away. And I love one of the edits to that where it was all the guys going, what the fuck is this? She just put 2 + 2 = 4. Are you fucking retarded? Like, Robbie, stop bringing your goddamn girlfriend into the fucking lab. Fuck off. Like, I always thought those were funny as hell. Where it's like, oh my god, please stop encouraging the girl boss. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. Cough, Ironheart. Yeah, it was the Ironheart idea, but it wasn't Ironheart. Which version of Mary Jane? I don't know. I only ever saw it out of context. Recently finished reading Frankenstein. Pretty good. The monster was a real bastard in the book. Yeah, he's a dick. It was Mockingbird. Yeah, because it was Mockingbird. Yeah, because Mockingbird was coming out, and it was like hilariously atrocious. Girl bosses her way through life. Every woman should be written like Farnese from Conviction Arc. Not everyone, but like, just giving them an arc. Like the edgy fan comic edit of SJW Comics, the dumb blobfish deserves it. Yeah. Been hearing mixed things about Spider-Man 2. Is the gameplay good? It's a good game, and I do believe that people kind of go a little too far with trying to find every single detail must be spun to be bad, but there is legitimate shit to criticize it for. The Adidas collaboration that made the Miles' last suit is laughably bad. It is the embodiment of we must appeal to the urban demographic. It's so fucking bad. Knowing that the entire game is a setup to retire Peter and push Miles as the main character puts a bad taste in my mouth, and it's like, hey, Miles is not ready for his own game. They already tried that before. He fucking flopped. We love girl failures like Farnese and Asa. Yeah. Most people just hate Miles. Yeah, because they haven't earned it. They have not earned the right to make Miles take the mantle yet. Not even out of the sense that the games themselves do anything wrong. It's that they're doing it to push it because they want to AstroTurf the torch passing. Where it's like, no, Peter's totally okay with it. He's ready to retire. Let Miles take it. It's like, it's cynical, You need one more game where it's Peter, where you have the trilogy, and then you can do Miles. But they are rushing. As soon as people went, the PS4 version of Miles isn't half bad, they rushed, and I mean rushed, to pass the torch. Miles works in Spider-Verse, anywhere else not so much. Because anywhere else, they don't know what to fucking do. Like, they don't know what to do with him. All they know is he's Black Peter. It's not even a thing where, like, that's a criticism people throw at it. It's like, no, that's all they want to write him as. Have you watched the Matthew Matos's video on Bioshock Infinite where he drops the gamer word? Yeah. And he made a good point about it where, like, the depiction of racism in Bioshock Infinite is laughable because it's like, they want you to believe it's this hellish dystopia where blacks are servants and all this, yet you never hear a single person in Colombia say nigger. Not one. And it's like, hey, this is supposed to be like, ultra racist 1920s America where Jim Crow is very much in effect. So why are you not hearing slurs? And it's because it's corporate safe edgy. They want to bring about they want to mention the iconography of racism, let you shoot the KKK and all that, but they don't want to actually depict racism. Oh, it's like The Boys Season 2. Exactly. It's literally The Boys Season 2. I never really liked girl bosses. Most people barely tolerated regular male bosses. So the thing with the girl boss is that it's a typical character trope that is only being written into the dirt because it is angry, gruff male protagonist just flipped to be female. That is literally all it amounts to. It is asshole, gruff male protagonist, but this time it's a chick, so therefore it's good. Not understanding that it's just as lazy, it is just as stupid, it's just as annoying, but, it's like, hey, but it's different. It's different from all the brown-haired male protagonist all over video games, right? And it's like, no, it's not. It's the exact same shit. They look different, but they all act the exact same. They all talk the exact same. That and the studios doesn't have the balls to have their actors say it. That's not a big part of it. You know, you gotta hand it to Mafia 3. At least it was willing to go that far. Even more of a dick somehow doesn't have to explain why they are. Exactly. We made this to appeal to the urban demographic. Now buy our $230 shoes. Yeah, pretty much. All it amounts to. Well, how long does it take for you to read one Berserk Deluxe Edition book? For me, it's 3 hours. I haven't actually sat down to open any of the deluxe editions. They're all still in their plastic, and they shall stay that way because they are wonderful, and they can never be exposed to the outside air. I will never open them. Only exception is the first one, because I gave it to Weed Bro to read, and he keeps making excuses not to read it. The spot becoming a new "we messed up" button for the MCU would actually be pretty funny. Yeah. Every girl boss just ends up being a Mary Sue, and they don't understand how genuinely good girl boss characters work. Well, it's, as stated, it's a thing where I'm trying not to break this down to be any like, well, this study says, because a lot of times studies don't live up to reality. It's just, you know, an average that you can look into. But a lot of the time, it is the difference between the male power fantasy and the female power fantasy. The male power fantasy is proving, you know, overcoming a challenge and proving something. Where it's like, hey, I can do this. I can whoop your ass. Or, hey, I can do this. I can steal that thing. Or, hey, I can do this. I can run that race. Something like that. You know, we guys like being given a problem and us overcoming it. Female power fantasy is walking into a room and having everyone like you. That is kind of the difference. This is a generalization because there's tons of times where both overlap with each other. Once again, these are averages. But female power fantasies, it's something to where, like, you know this if you read a lot of, like, shoujo manga or something like that, where it's, like, written by a woman, and you can kind of see the intent of, like, what the author wants. And it's basically, you know, they're able to get a bunch of friends, people like them, oh, the popular guy pays attention to them. It's about, like, social aspects to it, like social control. I don't want to make that sound so cynical, but yeah, it's kind of what it is, social control, where you build up a ring and you become like the flower of high society, wherever fucking term you want to use. You know, it's like, it's that, you know. The Ryan Gosling effect, but bad. Yeah, the Ryan Gosling effect, where it's like, you know, guys, they watch a movie where Ryan Gosling has to become a civil rights leader in the 1960s and fight Jim Crow, and he's there walking the streets of Alabama talking about how he had a dream and all that. You know, we see Ryan Gosling do that, and we go, man, that's awesome. He's fighting against the system. He's fighting against injustice, and he's proving he's a stronger man for it. Women, it's mainly stuff like, you know, once again, generalization, it's stuff like Twilight or something like that, where it's about like the social aspect and getting people to like them and treat them as like a center of attention, that kind of thing. Now, once again, generalization. There are shitloads of exceptions on every side. And a lot of it also just comes down to whether or not the author or something like that's a narcissist. Male fantasy just one-shot that asshole. That's part of it. What is your Figma statue collection? I have uno, dos, tres, 3 Berserk statues. Well, actually, I have a Dark Souls one sitting all the way over there. And I have the Gundam one still in the box. It's also the writers themselves are toxic people. And that takes over a lot more of what sucks than people realize. People don't seem to realize that, like, whenever you have, like, the Mary Sue shit of, like, everyone loves them and they're ultra powerful, that's not really gender specific. There are tons of cases on every side. I mean, like, read a bad isekai and you know what I'm talking about. Watch the new, you know, Star Wars trilogy. You know what I'm talking about. It's not a gender specific thing. It literally just amounts to, does the artist even give the slightest fuck about making a story with tension in it? No, he had 2.5 Berserk statues. I'm not counting the one that Iggy ate. That's been sitting in a box, hidden away from the world where no dog can ever get it again. Got the person $10. Anime Attack on Titan ending fixed some minor things, but had the same big issues the manga ending did. Anime only people coping. Yams got too deep into nihilism. Was like, oh, here's a goodish ending. Peace, y'all. Yeah. How many sex dolls does Shota have? I don't know, but that Kentucky pillow is starting to feel a little crusty. Iggy must chew. Honestly, I'm curious to know what Insomniac is planning for their own Marvel universe, considering I keep hearing they want their own video game universe. I think that's something that they'll bite it off and not realize how big that piece is. Yeah, Mercy's just a term name for the trope. Exactly, you know. It's not anything to where you can point at one defining party and say they're always guilty of it. No, there's always exceptions. I'm interested in making film. Where do I start? In the words of the great John Waters, just watch movies. Watch any movie you can get your hands on. Foreign movies, domestic movies, indie movies, big budget movies, good movies, bad movies. Watch anything. That's an early McFarlane era Spawn. I like it. It's edgy as fuck, but I like it. It has soul. Take it, boy. Doug Walker can teach you. That's right. Listen to the Doog. Did you ever play Fear and Hunger 2? Termina is pretty Gucci, but I felt like the endings were lackluster and felt the dev pussyfooted by making every ending canon in the first game. I never played it. I mainly played the first one. We never got around to playing 2 on stream for Halloween. If you could make a movie or develop a game, what would it be? I don't know. That's something I'd have to think about. Porno is good, and start in the direction of that. There's no Nostalgia November, Lolly. We can't. That's right. You can't watch the Nostalgia Critic this month. Did you see Persona 3 Reload has jiggle physics? It apparently pissed Twitter off. My hope is that the game has been renewed. Like I said, I never bought into it they were going to sell it to woke shit. It's like, yeah, there's rainbow pins on the bag. Who gives a fuck? I went to Japan this summer. There were women who had rainbow pins on their bags. That's on X and Pearl. I never watched them, but I heard they were like way better than they had any right to be, especially Pearl. Like, Pearl was way fucking better than anyone thought. XE042, $5. Male fantasies is to be admired for what they can do. Female fantasies to admire for who they are. That's probably a good way to word it. It's like, male fantasy, they want to be remembered for killing a great general in a battle. Female fantasy is they want to fuck that general. I think the rainbow pin means something different in Japan. I think it's just a style thing. I think they just thought it looked cool. Remember to think about everything. The geography, the aesthetics, the fictional people in it. Think about everything you possibly can. Yeah. X and Pearl, please explain. So, X, from what I understand, is a horror slasher comedy where it's a bunch of porn stars go to a house in the middle of nowhere to shoot a porn shoot, and they get killed by the owner, who is like a weird, prudish, like, country woman. And then the prequel of that, Pearl, is her backstory and how she became a serial killer. And from what I understand, they're genuinely fun to watch. All right, we're swapping over to the game real quick. I didn't feel too strongly about X, but I really like Pearl. That was the thing where, like, I kept hearing, like, at the very least, Pearl was good. All right. No, Lolly, they want to be kidnapped and ravished by the general. Then they want to get that general to change for her and marry her. You're not even wrong. You're not even wrong. That is literally the exact plot of like 20 different shoujo manga that keeps showing up on my fucking manga sites when I'm trying to look for actual other shit. Where it's like, man, did fucking Kagurabachi get a new chapter? Because that's been pretty dope. It's like, no. Here's the story about this woman that wants to get raped by a Yakuza dude. It's like, oh, okay, that's great. I can fix him. Why are women like that? I want answers. I hate that you're right. Women are weird. Final Fantasy XIV following the anime trope of having the worst openings every season. Okay, Law's defending cuties on Twitter. He's really trying to warm up to Dick and Vito. And that's a very bad idea considering he is on record as being very, very, very staunchly anti-cuties. Why would you even defend that fucking movie? Like, I get it, you're trying to suck up to Dick and Vito, but, like, you can still go, like, no, but fuck that movie. So that chick from Japan secretly wanted Shota to rape her. The Ryan Gosling effect deems it so. How can I be the guy women want to be raped by? Go to the gym. Alright. So now we can go and become Gunbreaker. I'm trying to remember where we do that. I'm like 95% sure it is in the Black Shroud here. Hey Lolly, have you seen the film Martyrs from 2008? If so, what are your thoughts? I know that's a remake of another movie. And I keep hearing both are genuinely good, just in different ways. But I'm banned from the gym. The movie's also been kind of forgotten about, and Netflix at least won't forget it. Well, yeah, because, like, the state of Texas deemed it to be child porn. Okay. Believe it's... Where are you? Carpenter. There we go. Let's do it. I'm looking forward to the new album from King Diamond. It could be interesting. How many people from King Diamond have died? Because, like, that kind of is a pretty crucial question. I know the main guy himself isn't dead, but, like, the rest of the band. And then Nick's been on a massive downward spiral for a long time now between midlife crisis, Dick and Vito poisoning his mind, and him being an alcoholic. Yeah, it's like, all you have to know on if I'm on the wrong side of an issue is look at what side Vito's on. If he is on the side you're on, you get the fuck away as fast as humanly possible. That's some beef jerky, yeah or nay? It really depends on the company. Like, if you know a guy who does it himself and has, like, actual legit natural beef jerky, that shit's some of the best you'll ever eat. Jack Link's is okay. Other than that, it really just starts turning into, alright, what overly salty, too much spiced meat do you want? What if Vito falls to the side you switch to? Then just become a hypocrite. There's no shame. Like, listen, I believed in free speech, then Vito started talking about it, and I realized I was wrong. Gun shows are unironically the best place to get jerky. Well, that's where I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. Where, like, a lot of time gun shows are, like, full of hunters who make their own shit. And oh boy, like, deer jerky is fucking incredible. Randy Savage Slim Jims are my go-to. Slim Jims ain't bad. I heard that Nick will call you a pedo for liking lollies. I mean, he can have that opinion, but yeah, the whole cuties thing is not great. Who the fuck is Vito? A pedophile. Don't worry, kick Vito. That's in the Venture Bros movie. Still need to watch it. You know, tomorrow we're not going to have an anime night because Irishman is going to vacation down in South Carolina. So we might sit down and just watch that. Well, jerky are literally, okay, what leather do you want to chew on? Almost chip your teeth on. You're not even wrong. Love your Berserk videos. Yeah. 5 days. Maybe even less. Usually they leak out a day early. But we're getting a new chapter. It's going to be fucking good. Why does everyone who hates Lolly turn out to be a pedo? Oh, no, I hope it's safe. There's a difference between not liking Lolly and going like, hey, that's a little weird. And full on, no, if you like this, if you even know the name of an anime character, you are a pedophile. And if it's to that level, the latter, it is because they are desperately trying to hide something. They are trying to accuse other people of shit to hide their own impropriety. I see. He is a tank, so that's a little bit tough. That's in the great cheddar debate with Null. Just go to a fucking butcher shop. Butcher shops have natural cheese. During this whole ISOM veto debacle, Eric July's looking better and better. Yeah. He was always going to, because it's like, goddamn, you people are fucking stupid. Okay. So let us see here. We shall go back. I'll wait for some of my shit to cool down. Plus you're using level 90 gear against level 60 grunt. Yeah, that really doesn't help. King Diamond has 2 original members. The rest are the same from 2000. Okay, okay. So still been with him for like 20 years. I ain't half bad. Nothing will ever top being called a pedo for like an Uzaki. Yeah, right? And the funny part is, like, if you read the Uzaki manga right now, it's literally like 2 grown adults who haven't dated anyone, like having to like solve intimacy issues and try to like figure out what the hell they're even supposed to do in an adult relationship. It's like, yeah, I mean, everyone calling everyone a pedophile for liking this. Meanwhile, it's probably one of the more mature looks at like being in an actual relationship is like in a manga. I mean, obviously it's still exaggerated and goofy, but you know. Shinichi even has his own Beast of Darkness. He actually does. He actually does. Gay Black Snickers, $5. EDP going on a rant about calling logicons pedophiles really encapsulates everything. It really does, yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Isn't Uzaki like 20? Are these niggas retarded? Yeah. She was 20 like early into the manga. She's like 21 now. Thoughts on Space Godzilla? I always liked the design. Like the crystals on its back. I thought it was cool. Intimacy uses a couple big words for a man can't cope with his girl's big fucking tits. Yeah. It'd be how it would be. People call me a pedo for like in Food Wars. Yeah, it's like, you know, I think nothing encapsulates it better than the new generation of people getting into shit like Persona. You know, like the Persona games, and then go like, ooh, wow, oof, if only there was less child porn in these games. And it's like, okay, you are under the belief that, you know, Persona, the RPG series you fucking love, contains child porn. Yet you're still playing it. You're still telling people to play it. Nothing is clicking that this is weird to you. It's all about clout. It's all about clout. Okay.
He turned us into fucking killers!
These people don't know what CP is or why it's bad. Yeah, it's just buzzword for thing I don't like. That's literally all it amounts to. You know, it's like people trying to pull, like, fucking rank with My Dress Up Darling and go, well, you know, Marine is a minor. It's like, she's fake. Her voice actress is 28. Never forget that Uzaki's brother and dad gets emasculated at the size of Sakura's massive cock. Okay. I don't want to spend all my tomes on this because we're literally just immediately going to class switch. But this should immediately be better. There we go. Because tomes are your actual currency. The actual good currency you're supposed to collect. No one gives a fuck about Gil. Cult personality, $2. Didn't you know, Lolly? The height of consent is 5'6". Yeah. I was first attached to Makoto Nijima when I was 16. God damn, that makes me feel old. I was living with my brother in an apartment when Persona 5 came out. I was already an adult. 28, Hag Love. Yeah, the voice actress is literally 28. What's this about massive cack? Yeah, Uzaki. If you read that one, Uzaki wants to hang out. That manga, main guy in it has such a massive dick that his girlfriend's brother and dad are like traumatized by it. What do you think will happen to Kamiya's Ultraman game? I am interested to see what he can do. It could be a lot of fun. Kamiya always, at the very least, has very creative ideas for what he wants. Whether or not he can stretch it into anything beyond like a fun 5-minute gimmick is another question. I think he'll do a good job. He's a pretty damn good director. Yeah, this is already a million times better. I'm sad I had to burn tomes for it, but we do what we gotta do. There we go. Fucked him up. Oh, there he is. If Samai was a Pokemon, he'd be an Absol. Dude, Kamiya needs Charter Wranglers. Wonderful 101 is a good tribute to Toku shows, but carpal tunnel syndrome in that game is supposed to be for kids. You're not wrong. Like, Wonderful 101 is just such a creative little gem, but I don't know if he can do that twice. You know? What was the last game he worked on that wasn't Wonderful 101? Because he didn't work on Bayonetta 3. Glad Uzaki got a second season. It's fun. It's fun. He needs to goddamn lay off of, adding shooter segments in his games. Bayonetta 1. No, I mean like the last game he worked on recently. Because I think Wonderful 101 was the last one he did. Characters aren't real. If I think Makoto's cute, it shouldn't matter. Well, I say the actors for him are almost always like adults in their 20s or 30s. Or even 40s. It's like, that's the same thing as getting angry at like a 30-year-old actor playing a high schooler in like a TV show. It's like calling Fate Grand Order's version shooting Doji a child even though she was drawn to look like her voice actress. Yeah, right? Benjamin Boswell, $5. Do trans Minecraft block have a 41% chance of mining itself, or is society in charge of that? Also, can't wait for the thing review. Just saying. Once is coincidence, two is happenstance. Thoughts on throat goats? You mean snakes? Thoughts on terraformers? It's okay. It's fun. It goes on too long though. Hello, Tiger Man. But Lolly, they're not real. Yeah, I know. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by like I'm sad to burn those fucking I'm sad to immediately burn those fucking tomes, because it was literally just that fight, and now we're gonna unlock the Gunbreaker class, meaning that's tomes I could have spent to get the top tier Gunbreaker shit, at least for the area we're at, and be good for all the way through Heaven's Ward. Dude who's dating Uzaki has an awful father, refused to watch another season with him in it. He's so awful, he's funny though. Namazed for 5 fake money is going to Thailand soon. Work not cooming. Any tips for traveling to see? I don't know anything about Thailand, so I guess just always have your passport on you. It's like, because like anything I say would specifically only really apply to Japan, which is most people will help you out and they're super nice. Thailand, it might be the opposite and they'd stab you. Don't worry, maybe we can get it for before finishing Heaven's Ward. Oh no, absolutely. Just the dungeons in Heaven's Ward alone will earn us back our tomes. It's just the thing of like, meh. I'm sad. Culture is $95. You have Zoomers who worry that they're going to get older while characters they crush on will stay the same age and are worried about getting canceled. I think that's a part of it, yeah. Like, the way I describe it is it's like the, everyone has, like, PTSD from shit like the Kiro leaks and pedo shit like that. So everyone is constantly on the look for pedophiles all over the place. And it's like, dude, we gotta, like, be careful of that. Okay. So yeah, we're level 60, but we don't have any of the good shit. I'll start the quest, but I need to buy new shit for us. Pedo's the new Nazi. Not wrong. Defensive stance, roll guards, and effect increases enemy. Oh. Throwing a combo ending in solid barrel demon slaughter, acquired at level 40, adds cartridges to the powder gauge, which are expended by burst striking gnashing fang, acquired at level 60. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like setting up combos.
Turn us into fucking killers!
Got to check your inventory, get a chest of free gear that helps out. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point. I didn't think about that. Yep. Yeah, that's some decent drip. You can very obviously tell it's inspired by Squall. I mean, like, that is very, very obviously inspired by Squall. It's gunbreaking time. We give millions to Nazis. Do we give that to pedos? Curious. Is your Insomniac replacing Peter? Yeah, they want to push Miles. Which, the smartest thing to do is shut the fuck up. Let the third game be only about Miles. Take everyone by surprise. Don't do anything to permanently get rid of Peter. If they try anything to permanently get rid of Peter, that is a fucking horrible idea. If they try to cripple him, if they try to kill him, if they try to make it definitive like what Last of Us 2 did, that is a horrible, horrible idea. Because, remember, the teaser at the end of Spider-Man 2 is Doc Ock is told by Norman Osborn, well, Norman Osborn and Doc Ock are going to team up to fight Peter. That is the teaser at the end of the second game. So the theory I immediately had is the Sinister Six is going to kill Peter. The new Sinister Six. And people are like, well, most of them are dead or redeemed. It's like, well, there are a lot of people who are in the Sinister Six. They already teased Carnage. They already teased Green Goblin. Doc Ock's coming back. That's already 3 of them. So if they kill Peter, if they get rid of Peter, if they cripple Peter, if they do anything like that, you will have backlash the likes of which haven't been seen since fucking biblical times. The best thing to do, just never mention Peter again. Just let him ride off into the sunset, say he moved to fucking Kansas. That's all you fucking need. Like I'm trying to help Insomniac right now. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Like just let it happen. Just let Peter go. Probably go the MC2 route and have Peter lose a leg or something so he can have his daughter and son take over or something by the end. They outright said they want Miles to be the new protagonist. They've already set up Silk, and Silk is gonna be in high school with Miles. So they're gonna push Miles as the new protagonist, which by itself is like, it's only flawed because none of the people at Insomniac can write Miles without it feeling like a 40-year-old white liberal writing a black kid. Where it is the most like, you know, BIPOC people stand together, that shit. It's like, dude, fuck off. That is the exact thing that makes people resent Miles. Stop doing that. Because by himself, when you just let Miles be Miles, he's not bad. The left's anti-pedo pro-pedo divide is honestly weird. That's something that should be on like a fucking satire political ad. It shouldn't be actual reality. Is Silk still gonna have a thing for Peter? No, I think it's gonna be for Miles, because as stated, they're gonna retire Peter. Favorite sour candy? I don't know. Sour Patch Kids aren't half bad. You can't eat a lot of them though, or your mouth starts feeling like it's like covered in salt. He's mixed, not black. Do you think they care? That's on Silk Weird Love Chemical Powder. I always thought that was weird. BIPOC stand together, Mexicans. Why is the Puerto Rican saying gay stuff again? What about spicy candy? Hot tamales. Easy. At least Peter got with MJ. Wait a minute, he's probably going to die in 3. As stated, if they try to kill Peter, or anything like that, no one is going to buy Spider-Man 3. No one. Like, just leave Peter alone. Never mention it. It is genuinely a better idea just to never mention Peter again. Dan Slott would admit that Silk's pheromone thing was a bad idea. Yeah, well, I think that was a little bit of a dick on the hand writing. After how shitty last game is, no one should buy 3 regardless. I think 2 is fine. I think 2 has a lot of good moments, and people are just kind of turning into you either love every single thing about it, including the political messaging, or you hate every single thing about it. I'm absolutely betting they're going to pull Last of Us 2 and kill Peter, but falsely advertise and not let people know to buy the game. As stated, it's speculation, but it's something I'm worrying about, where it's like, they're going to try to kill Peter, aren't they? Because that would be insanely fucking stupid. That's not even saying, like, Peter needs plot armor. It's just the fact of, after that statement of, yeah, we want to retire Peter and push Miles, if they kill Peter, it's literally going to feel like they killed Peter for Miles. Before it came out, I legit thought they were going to kill Peter at the end of Spider-Man 2. I knew they wouldn't because it was just the symbiote story. I had a lot of different theories on like how they were going to do it because they did have some genuinely clever shakeups in the first game where like, oh, Aunt May dies. Like, oh, that's pretty fucking unique. But you haven't earned all Gunbreaker actions and traits to level 60. Ooh. But yeah, you know, shit like that. Need to do the Halloween event. Yeah, I like that they keep the Halloween stuff up. Of course, Japan doesn't give 2 fists of a fuck about Thanksgiving, so. So if they kill Peter, will that make Spider-Man 3 their variant of Gotham Knights? I think it's a legitimate worry. Okay. So, Keen Edge, No Mercy, Brutal Show. Okay. Let me pull up my shit here. Combo action, Keen Edge. So what would be our good 1, 2, 3? Combo action, Brutal Shell. Here. Let me do Brutal Shell. Oh, right. Fuck. I need to get somewhere with like a training dummy. Let me get to Thanalan. Because Thanalan has like training dummies. Because I want to test out, like, what would be my basic 1, 2, 3 for this? Keen, Brutal, Solid. Okay, Keen, Brutal, Solid. Honestly, it's more than Insomniac doing it. Marvel's been wanting to replace Peter with Miles for a while now. Can't because he sells. Yeah. And the thing is, if they just did it right, they could easily segue into it. Because there's tons of characters who have taken the mantle from other ones. It's happened all the time. It's comic fucking 101. There's been how many different Robins, and people like all of them, beyond like 1 or 2. But it's like, all it takes is you getting your head out of your ass and doing it right. No, for $1. I hadn't read Oshinoko for quite a while, so having a bit of time off work, I figured I'd catch up on it. And no, the main girl is crushing on her brother and hanging on him every chance she gets. The series getting very weird. I don't think they're going to dedicate to the incest, or at least I hope not. Because it's like, man, I would rather I'd rather not, because I like the thriller aspects of Oshinoko better than anything like that. It's like, yeah, the doctor guy and the little girl knowing each other is, like, nice and all, but that's always been, like, the weirder supernatural aspect to it. It's like, no, I would much prefer it just being a, like, hey, who killed them, what's going on type thing. Also remember that your Gnashing combo and Lightning Shot won't break your 1-2-3 if you're in the middle of it. Oh, okay. So, Gnashing combo and Lightning Shot. I'll put that on 4. Where? Demon Slaughter. That works for Demon Slice. So, that's AoE. Okay. Put that there. So, where is Demon Slice? God damn it, I don't need the fucking play guide and the teleport and all that shit. That's my enmity. So, low blow is okay, but... Any recommendations for a horror or somber game? Currently between Signalis, Hellblade, and Scorn. Also no Darkwood, that's already my favorite horror game. I mean, Silent Hill games are always easy. Silent Hill, Fatal Frame, Siren just came out on modern systems. Alright. So, Demon Slice, there it is, okay. So I have my 1-2-3 and my control 1-2. So, AoE, 1-2-3, basic. Lightning Shot is there. What was the one that the guy said? Where? Gnashing combo. Okay. So, where is the Gnashing combo? And that might have to be... Let's look. Gnashing Fang. Talon, yeah, it might be Gnashing Fang that he was talking about. Or he might be referring to something else. Regardless, I'll put this here. And I do need the Rampart, because defense buffs are always nice. Provoke, yeah. Reprisal. Reprisal's useful. Creates a barrier nullifying most knockback and draw-in effects. Watch the video about Lost Children Arc and Berserk. Holy shit, yeah. What's your favorite stupid supervillain? That's hard. God damn, that's actually really hard. So, if I had to pick, my favorite stupid supervillain is probably the Box Ghost from Danny Phantom. I know it's kind of a weird choice, but it's like, god damn, that one is just so dumb. Like, it's so pathetic, it's hilarious. Okay. Here, let's use... Damn it. I need that. So here we go. Okay. It is time for our third hotbar. Oh, it didn't save it, fucker. There we go. We're getting to that point. Fear the box. Yeah, I love it. Thoughts on the Historia from AOT? I am fully open about the fact that, like, Attack on Titan for me, I never liked it once Titan shifting was introduced as a thing. I liked it when it was the cat and mouse. You had to figure a way to outsmart basically giant zombies. When it got into Titan shifting, it just became flesh mecha, and I'm like, well, I've seen better mecha. Yeah, we know who killed the Oshinoko MC in his previous life. Current arc is the brother making an eye biopic that will reveal everything about what happened. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I need to catch up, so, you know. And yeah, of course, they kind of wuss out on, I mean, I say wuss out, but it's like, yeah, you know, not like stabbing the guy in an alleyway or something. Just like, oh, we're going to make sure everyone knows what you did. It's like, I mean, that's legitimate, but, you know, I mean, you would have been justified to stab him, just a little bit of stab. You know, just stab here, stab there, stab everywhere. There we go. Person who killed him was one who became his father. I did not ask to be told. Lunchbox was the daughter of the ghost box. Did you read the manga or watch the pilot blind? I watched the pilot blind because I didn't know much about it at all. All I knew is it had like an hour-and-a-half premiere, and the twist in the opening chapter was like genuinely pretty fucked. What was the name of that anime where a father kills his daughter's abusive boyfriend and has to deal with all the shit that follows? My Home Hero. Which the anime is like it's okay, but the manga and the story is genuinely good. Hey, checked out the Onimusha anime yet? Sorry if I've already been asked. I have not. I saw it was on Netflix. I saw it was on CG, and it's like, oh boy, this is gonna be fucking. It's gonna be Kengan Ashura all over again. God damn it, Netflix. There we go. Alright. And what was the one anime where the MC's dad beat his ass repeatedly, then he walked in on him, his girlfriend fucking and beat the shit out of both of them? I have no idea. Have you ever played EDF? EDF 6 translated version's coming out next year, and I'm pretty hyped about it. Ooh, that'll be fun. So you stopped liking Attack on Titan on the 4th episode? Yes, quite literally. I mean, quite literally, that was exactly the point where I'm like, oh, damn it, really? So how about those protests at the White House in America? Everyone's getting kind of heated with this, this fellow going on here. I love all the people eating each other because they don't know what side you're supposed to like. Alright, and before we get started on this, I'm going to take a quick pee-pee break. I know. As I'm wont to do, I'm already tanking the stream. With my bathroom breaks, but, you know, I had to pee-pee. I have to pee-pee. So, be right back. Be right back. Darker, darker. Muhammad Jihad. Darker, darker, Allah, Muhammad Jihad. Alright. Yep, I'm back. Let me get back to my text here. There we go. And now we're back. Dope, dope, dope. Okay. Slowest piss break, I know. I also washed my hands. Oh god, that's 2 bunny people. Oh, there's 3 bunny people. Bow bow Allah. So how does the anime mess up the source material based on your reaction to the anime adaptation? Are you talking about with, like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about Attack on Titan? Because that's it. I dipped out come Titan shifting. Did you fucking take a poo to the loo? They're breeding like rabbits. I was afraid of spiders. Send spider crabs to his P.O. box. Yeah, definitely don't do that, you know. I won't like spider crabs. Even though they're tasty. Tasty. Is AOT the quickest you dipped out of a series? Oh, no. There's tons of isekais where I dip out come chapter 2. Like, I'm like, hey, that has kind of a cool concept. I jump into it. Within chapter 2, I'm already getting pissed off. Put the mic next to the stream, Loli. We need to know if you piss like a real man. AOT's not an isekai, though. No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's not the quickest I've dipped out because there's tons of others that I have dipped out way faster. I've seen Korihime. I don't think I have. So she's a, like, brain-dead bunny girl idol. Loli makes cool stuff, but he's known to punch assault his friends. One time Shoto asked for some anime and Loli went ape, punching his head back and forth till his head leaked a bright red forth. What superhero do you think should have a video game? Punisher's video game was pretty damn good. Wolverine's video game was pretty damn good. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One that we haven't, like, seen before and I think could be interesting is... I'm really not sure. Maybe Iron Fist. I could see Iron Fist having a pretty good one. You know, Iron Fist and Luke Cage, you can have both of them as, like, playable characters. I think that'd be a lot of fun. That's an Ultra 7. There's a short film coming out sometime next month commemorating his 55th anniversary. I've never seen it. That could be really cool. You already have multiple Ultimate Alliance 3 by Team Ninja. Yeah, but, you know, a more dedicated one. Something like Sifu or something, you know. I've watched Love Hina a long time ago, but yeah. Oh, here. I already have Gnashing Fang. Ugh. Damn it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Psylocke, because she's hot and her powers are cool. You know what? Fair enough. Psylocke is pretty good, and she is pretty hot. So here's for hire game, Luke Cage and Iron Fist. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. You know, give them some attention on their own, because the Netflix show for Luke Cage wasn't bad, but Iron Fist was really eh. So I think that would sour a lot of people's perception on him. I want an open world Venom game. Supposedly Insomniac's working on it. Whether or not it's gonna be good, considering recent happenings, is another fucking story. Come on. Okay, so that's one attack. Okay. So they're single targets each. Combo action. What the hell is Gnashing Fang? Oh, is that what it turns into? Oh, okay. So that turns into the next attack in the combo. That's interesting. Okay. Favorite Daredevil villain? I like Typhoid Mary. I've always liked Bullseye. To be more specific, I've always liked Kingpin, but Kingpin isn't really a dedicated Daredevil villain. He's kind of like every street level character's villain. You know what I mean? He's Spider-Man's villain. He's Daredevil's villain. He's been Punisher's villain sometimes. So Loli Pippa's been showing her hands again in the recent streams, which really does have some of the most lesbian fingers I've ever seen. Come on! If the model's replacement fails, they're gonna cry racism, aren't they? Oh yeah, they're absolutely going to. I mean, you can already see the headlines. Hell, the game can succeed and they're still gonna do that. Pippa was known as Raccoon Hand Syndrome. Yeah. You know, there was a port for Superman 64 for PS1. It was better than the N64, but it was canceled. That's not that surprising. A lot of what gimped Superman N64 was, from what I understand, there was like legitimate sabotage going on with that game, where they were like basically told to rip it apart and put it back together several different times for no reason. Colossus and Nightcrawler team up game. That would be cool. Thing is, with that, I mean, you would eventually have to bring in other X-Men, so. Does Pippa have more grotesque hands than that Star Wars girl finger, Star Wars girl's freak long fingers? I don't know. She got long ass toes though. Sabotaged by the retarded suits. Yeah, it was like some crazy ass story with Superman 64 where their suits involved did not want to make it, even though the devs were like, well, we're gonna make it. So they were told to like put in all these dumbass ideas for no fucking reason other than to waste the developer's time. Which makes a lot of the criticism around the game all the more sad, where the devs were probably like, yes, we know, it's bullshit, it's stupid, we wanted to not do that, but we were told to do it. We all know Phase Connect is for geeky lesbians. They've been the more, like, outwardly straight out of all of them, though. Like, Tenma has a fetish for, like, basically bodybuilder men. Pippa wants to fuck Colress. It's like, they've been the most true and honest company out of them all. Stay away from the fucking rabbit idol. There we go. I gotta piss him off. See, now I'm in my wheelhouse. Now I'm playing tank and I'm comfortable again. Leo wants Freddy. Leah's the weird one. And that's saying a lot because she's the most normal. Come on. Eat shit. Well, either all the weird one. Fair enough. Come on. Pippa wants to fuck femboys, but won't admit it. She's the one where, like, it's the most outwardly kind of lesbian, where she has straight up said that there's chicks that she thought was attractive. And it's like, yeah, she's the one that wouldn't be surprising. Tenma would be the one where I'm like, wait, really? Because, man, she outright wants to fuck Kratos. See the recent X-Men comics, Nightcrawler gives up being Christian? Oh, of course he does. Of course he does, because fuck you. He can never, you know, you can never portray religion as anything but, you know, weird shit people are into because they can't face their reality. It's like, fuck you. It was probably bisexual or something. Yeah, stay. That would be like not really that surprising. Why is Tenma like Mexicans? Tenma did dress up as colors for Pippa. Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. That's why Pippa sniped you. She thought you were a chick from your name. Wait, you buy comics? Just look for scan sites. Yeah, right? The most popular, Lumi's probably the most gay, but Arena's probably gay. Yeah. Ugh. Come on. Run. Ow. I'm getting too drunk off being a tank. I'm getting my ass whooped. Fucker. Kick his ass. What kaiju would you want to shift into? None. I am a man. I will die a man. Beat his ass, lizard. Pippa might have a crush on Henya, just saying. I think it's like a hero crush. Because, I mean, Pikami was one of the VTubers, the one that really made it popular. I mean, to her, it'd be like being able to stream with, like, K-Sun or, like, a Hololive girl. It would be, like, probably the greatest day of her life. The Recon Colossus carrying a hardworking father who was victimized by the communist government to being a drunk, deadbeat, neglectful father. Yeah. They do this subversion shit because, like, well, the original is so cliche, and all they do is replace it with their own fucking cliches. Where it's like, dude, the hey, guy who is a good father is actually a deadbeat is the most worn-out fucking cliche so far. It's fucking stupid. Oh, you think Pippa can get laid with a person that isn't a weirdo or knows about her job? She's been fixing her life recently, so I had to ask. Oh, yeah. It is much, much, much easier for women to find a partner than men. That's not even a MGTOW thing, that is just fact. That's on neat women who go after single fathers exclusively. On no one, it's horrifying. That is weird. It's like, that is just strange. Oh. Why did I eat that? Why did I not just let the bunny girl take that? I was trying to be a hero and I got my ass whooped for it. That was on me. I should have just let the bunny girl get hit. Alright. So yeah, Gunbreaker's pretty good. Gunbreaker's actually pretty damn fun. You're a bad bodyguard. I am. Apocalypse Forever, $5. Ever? Have you watched Heavenly Delusion yet? Yeah. It's actually pretty good up until the one scene where it's like, I know it's just a trope that like every media uses, but I really, really hate the ex-evil character does something extraordinarily fucked up to the protagonists, and the protagonists just don't want to kill them out of like a weird sense of moral superiority. Like, I will never understand that. Where it's like, no, fuck this dude. And it wouldn't be so bad if you didn't immediately know that it was going to cause problems. Like, hey, this character is going to just cause problems later and kill people. But they keep him alive anyway. And that's something that a lot of JRPGs do, where it's like, oh, we're not going to kill you, and then the guy just goes and kills a party member or something. It's like, fucking great, okay. Well, that part was based. It was based up until the chick told the kid not to kill him. Like, that was what made me mad. It's like, no, finish the job. Just fuck this dude. Fuck this asshole. Like Promised Neverland. Promised Neverland at least was able to... Promised Neverland was at least able to show that, hey, the path they were on wasn't really going to solve anything. And it still had plenty of scenes where the demons were directly punished for what they did. Where the one kid sets off the biological weapon in the town, and a bunch of the quote-unquote innocent demons watch their family members turn feral and start killing each other. That was pretty fucking based. Where that's like, yeah, fucking assholes, that's what we feel all the goddamn time. That's pretty good. That was able to show, like, people who are consumed with revenge who are not wrong. It's not unusual. JP Media does like the pushing the idea of revenge solves nothing. Yeah, I mean, you can push it, and it is a good message where it's like, hey, you know, there are cases where revenge can be taken too far, and you end up becoming, you know, the classic Nietzsche quote, he who stares into the abyss. The problem is you need to set up a situation where you can clearly see why... You can clearly see why this would be a thing and why someone would need to intervene. Oh, I hit the mic. You know, it's like, hey, this is a situation where these people have been suffering for so long. Children are literally being eaten in farms and, like, torn apart and all this shit, and the demons just kind of delude themselves into thinking it's normal and that's okay. And now they're kind of faced with the repercussion of it. It's like, yeah, I mean, that is something they kind of need, but then the kid taking it so far that he starts going after even innocent people and demon children, yeah, it's like, that's fucked. Apocalypse Trevor, $10, I understand, but I think the idea was that if Maru killed him, they would have been crossing a line and changed him since he was freaking out before how everything he did got people killed. I understand that, but it still is a situation... It's still a situation where the specific line that was crossed with the chick, to me, goes, okay, but that's a different circumstance. That's a different circumstance. If it was just the guy who held her captive and tried to rape her, you can have an argument. You can go like, well, you know, they got to her in time and all that. No, the chick was being raped for like a day straight. And that's something where it's like, no. Put aside that little bit of humanity. Doesn't that happen in Punisher where a victim told Frank not to kill a pedo? That was season 2. The girl he was protecting, they go to like a photo place, like a photo development place to pick up evidence for like the people that are trying to kill, blackmail against the people that are trying to kill the girl. And it turns out the guy was like exploiting children and had child porn pictures, and Frank wanted to execute him, and the girl's like, just let him go. He's not worth it, Frank. And it's like, fuck you. Fuck you.
Turn us into fucking killers!
Sometimes 2 graves is worth it, yeah. When your revenge starts hurting people that had nothing to do with it, that's when it's okay to push revenge bad. Exactly. That is the line that everyone agrees on. When it starts hurting people that had nothing to do with it. Stay away from my bunny idol. Do what Big Boss did to Skullface for Huey screwed it all up. There's worse ideas. In the words of Sam Fisher, 2 just isn't going to be enough, yeah? Because, yeah, you know, it's like, vengeance by itself is not a sin. You know, the Bible outright has lines like God referring to the punishment of Egypt as his glorious vengeance. You know, it is a thing that can be justified. The problem is, as stated, when it turns into something to where, hey, this is not what it started off as. Netflix Punisher Season 1 was pretty okay, and Season 2 was just a mess. Season 1 was 8 or 7 great episodes trapped in a 12-episode show. Hell, honestly, you could probably like whittle it down more to like 6 episodes. I like what Kill Bill did with that one assassin with the daughter, the whole come find me when you're older if you still want revenge. Yeah, that's good. There was another pretty awesome fucking quote kind of similar to that. I'm trying to remember. But right now I'm getting my ass whooped. Yeah. You know, shit like Punisher 2004 with Thomas Jane. That handled it fucking amazing. Where everyone that he went after deserved what happened to him, even if it was the mob guy's family and not directly the mob guy. Every single member in the family was directly responsible for the death of everyone at the reunion for Frank. Mark 99 for $1. Honestly, the Punisher should have shotgunned the pedo in the shoulder, turned to the girl and said he'll be fine. And that'd be funny. Remember a line like that in John Wick 4? Yeah, John Wick. John Wick also did it. Punisher 04 had a cool quote. God's gonna have to sit this one out. Yeah. Adding innocence into your revenge doesn't make you better. Exactly. It's like that is always the line that everyone can agree is what makes you a dick. When you start gunning after people who represent the ones that went at you, like, oh well, it's okay because they they said nothing while this happened, so it's okay for me. It's like that's when you dip into like, dude, you're going crazy. When you have specific names and people, that to me is a case of like, hey, you wronged him, so there has to be a price. Can't wait till he sees the level 80 quest for GMB. Yeah. I keep hearing Gunbreaker is super good, and not gonna lie, the gameplay's pretty fucking fun. Cat Mercury $5. Imagine Nico Montoya didn't get his revenge for moral superiority. Yeah, you know, it's like, you know, there are cases where it is perfectly logical and reasonable to seek revenge. It's not by itself something that you need to avoid at all times, because at that point you are a pushover. You are a pushover, and you are, you know, you are becoming exactly as bad as the person that wronged you. It is an unironic, you know, stare into the abyss thing. JoJo Part 3 had a pretty good revenge quest where Polnareff wants to kill the serial killer that killed his sister. In no way on God's green planet is Polnareff wrong for wanting to kill the guy that killed his sister. Everything they set up in that situation makes Polnareff completely right to do this. Ray in Fist of the North Star wants revenge for what happened to his sister. Another case of like, who is going to tell this guy that he is wrong?
You turned us into fucking killers!
See, vis pacem para bellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Exactly. Conan's another one. Like, you know, the cult, you know, Dune's cult. Like, they were victimizing people all over the place. Like, Conan was perfectly reasonable in seeking vengeance against, you know, the ones that genocided his village and sold him into slavery. Now, it's all about context. It's all about not being a sociopath and understanding how the human mind works and perceives actions. I mean, there will always be some, like, hippie liberal douche that will just view any form of violence as bad. But, you know, they're a hippie liberal douche. They're never gonna understand that there are cases where you have to fight. You know, Guts is another one where he took it too far and went insane and focused on the wrong things, but Guts was perfectly reasonable to want to kill Griffith. Do modern Western writers even understand context? There's a lot of them that do. The guy who, I think it's Taylor Sheridan, the guy who did Wind River and the Neo-Western trilogy. Very, very, very good trilogy. Very awesome. You also have shit like, oh god. You know, there's a lot of indie movies that can explore stuff like revenge and kind of what... Yeah, gotta get him away from her. That can explore revenge and violence in a way that's more nuanced than just it bad, you know. I really like Drag Across Concrete, Bone Tomahawk, Brawl Cell Block 99. You know, Craig S. Zoller, he's very, very good at it. Mandy's another one where you know, that's another look at, like, you know, almost kind of like an acid fairy tale of like, hey, don't fuck with the woodsman and he won't kill you. Guts didn't go too far, and he was getting there. Come Lost Children, he was becoming something else. Ugh. I said before, the Revenant was a good one. The Revenant's another really good one. Obviously, it's different than what happened in reality, where he didn't get to kill the guy, but he wanted to. Gladiator. Gladiator's another one where it's like, what, are you just gonna leave that asshole alive? Guess I was mostly pointing out mainstream movies where they were afraid to do it. Well, mainstream's made off committee, you know. Indie will always be the realm where you can find legitimately clever looks at stuff, because it's made by people who are crazy enough to want to make a movie. I'm curious what this will do. It is okay. Okay. So that's kind of like an ultra defense buff that's like a Hail Mary. Nebula Crisis. Okay. Abby killing Joel is a good one. Abby killing Joel is a obvious situation where, like, the idea itself would have been okay, but the finer details are what's fucking stupid. The fact it had to be the daughter of the guy that was going to operate on Ellie is fucking stupid. It unironically would have been better if it was just a random group of Fireflies that tracked down Joel. Don't even show them trying to get into Jackson. You know, just they track down Joel and they kill him. That's all you need. Been liking your stuff for a couple years. Keep it up. Step away from my first playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. Still need to do companion quest. Going for NCR ending. Yeah. Ow. Yo me, you asshole. Come on. Oh, so I can heal myself too. That is useful. Okay. Plays tank, doesn't use defensive. I'm trying to get used to how it all feels. Come on, it's almost dead. It's almost dead. Yeah. Revenge bad. Don't you know psychopaths who hunt down someone years after an event and brutally murder them when the club is totally a good person? You just don't know yet? Yeah, right. Okay. So, Rampart, No Mercy, Reprisal. Okay, okay. So, Rampart, Reprisal, No Mercy, Camouflage, Nebula, Aurora. Yeah, I do Provoke as well. I'm figuring this out. Interject I never really need. Interject never works for me. Thoughts on Evangelion? I just don't personally care for it. It's just not me. It's not me. I am spending your cartridges for extra damage or healing. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. So, let me look at what I got. Danger Zone, Demon Slaughter, Nebulas, So, roll, that's all. Yeah, Savage Claw, okay. That's on extremely but unintentionally homoerotic rivalries, yay or nay? The homoerotic aspect is usually funny, but it's not anything I think about or care about. AC3 had a pretty good one. Connor tracks Charles Lee and has to retire because of how badly crippled he was from Final Hunt. Yeah, that's not a good one. Show the consequences of it. Like, you got what you wanted, but what did it cost? I nuked both the NCR and the Legion. There you go. Favorite tournament arc in anime or manga? I guess the first actual tournament Ippo gets in Hajime no Ippo. The one that ends with Date whooping his ass. Because I always liked that one a lot. Because that was supposed to be Ippo's breakout where it's like, yeah, I can finally get into the professionals. And then Date whoops the shit out of him. And he's like, oh, fuck. Okay. So. You might have to set up a macro here. I have to remember the macro commands. Because I want to be able to pop all my defensives all at once. So. Let me type this in. Defensives. Gotta change the icon to here. If I remember right, let me look up the quick. Yeah. Here we go. No Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament. It's good. It's good. But goddamn, do I love the Ippo one. Okay, so. Macro icon. I'll have it be Rampart, because there we go. Let me see. Okay, should be easy enough. I always find macros unreliable. I like them for popping a lot of buffs all at once, so I don't have to like strain all over the keyboard to get them. So let's do AC, Rampart, AC, Reprisal. Because even if all of them, even if some of them are cooldown, it'll pop the ones that are still available, which is helpful. AC. No Mercy. AC. Camouflage. I completely fucked that up. There we go. I use them for quick casting rays. Yeah, they're helpful. They're helpful. Some classes you really want to use them. Dark Knight, which is the one I use for my main, you don't really need it. But like I said, I set up one for my. I set up one for my defensives, and I set up one for like the not class attacks, or I guess what I mean, like opening attacks, where it's not part of a combo, where just you can spam out like potency attacks, just for, you know, a little bit extra damage. That's an MCU Blade shit show. I love the fact that one of the script writers who worked on a draft was like, well, the draft I worked on didn't have Blade replaced by 4 women, so this is bullshit. And it's like, but the big story is that there's like multiple drafts and nobody can decide on which one they fucking want. Like, that's the big problem at the moment. Wesley Snipes is nodding his head and laughing. He really is. He really is. Should just let him be Blade again. Nebula. Aurora. Yeah, why not? Provoke. Because the entire idea is all the defensive buffs will, you know. So I shall put this on 4 just because it's easiest. Let's try this again. Got any heal slut macros? I do not, because I don't play white. I do not play healer in any way, shape, and or form. He's laughing, but he isn't smiling. I don't think he's laughed since being in Demolition Man. Just laughed too much in that film. Yeah, right? Isn't he too old to play his Blade? He's still open for the role. He's confident he can do it. Wesley Snipes made Blade. Without him, no one would know who the fuck Blade is. You're not even wrong. Like, a lot of people don't know, but Blade was originally British. He was in London. But, like, he was just so good at it that everyone only thinks of him as American. Is there a story in any piece of media you felt was misunderstood? There's a lot. There's definitely a lot. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say people just didn't get it, but a lot of time it can be that people didn't want to give it a shot or something like that. Like, I could say, like, Spider-Man 2 was misunderstood because people only see it as, like, a cynical ESG grab when it wasn't really that. But that would even be, like, specific parts of it, not, like, the whole thing. He was a fucking Brit? Yeah, he's British. Yeah, Blade in actuality is British. Because he was kind of, sort of, not really Marvel's answer to Constantine. That's a stretch because you also have, like, Ghost Rider. But, like, yeah, he was supposed to be kind of like the supernatural part of it. Where it's, like, expressly, like, demons and vampires and ghosts, stuff like that. What's the worst case? People disrespecting the source material for adaptation? That's fucking hard. Probably the Halo show. The Halo show is probably one of the most, like, open and fucking blatant cases where they did not care. I mean, I could easily say Cowboy Bebop, but Cowboy Bebop, they at least tried to follow some episodes. Like, Halo was expressly everything that was not the games. Make sure the macro's working right. Yep, it is. Okay. So we have our ultra safe macro. We are protected from everything, and we are turtles. In Constantine's charms that he's predominantly human, isn't really a fighter. Like, he can lay someone out, but can you imagine him trying to punch Satan? Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like, DC had their supernatural branch, Marvel has their supernatural branch. They always try to have characters that are kind of the answer to another one. The actor like Cowboy Bebop, the actors like Cowboy Bebop and like Halo, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like, at least the guy who played Jet, I think it was like, I don't remember his name. But he expressly was a Cowboy Bebop fan. John Cho became a Cowboy Bebop fan because he watched it for the role. The chick who played Radical Edward was a Cowboy Bebop fan, was like a big fan of Ed, which made me really sad. Like, it was kind of the Cowboy Bebop show was kind of the one that made me realize how fucking sleazy companies like Netflix really are. Where they take these actors that might legitimately have passion for the role. I mean, yeah, you have chicks like the one who played Faye, who was expressly like, I didn't give a fuck and fuck you man babies and all that shit. But, you know, you have actors like Ed and John Cho and all that, where they actually were excited and they wanted to do like an adaptation of Bebop, where it's like, hey, this is a work of art, we want to pay respect to it, and they're given like the most insulting script in the world. Same with Henry Cavill in Witcher, where it's like, you are taking advantage of these people who actually care just for your own fucking, you know, lazy ass. That is dirty. Put the blame on the actor, essentially. Yeah. Like, I know a lot of people do it with Last Jedi, with like Daisy Ridley and all that, where at first they want to go like, oh, well, the actors just suck and the characters aren't fun, and they kind of realized not long into it, like, no, this isn't the actors' fault. The actors seem like fine people. And the way that the studios are trying to, like, hammer home the fact that they're getting heat for being in the role, it's like, they're using these people as fucking shields. Like, they are using these people as fucking shields to get away with them being fucking lazy. Like, that's dirty. For me, it was JW Dominion. Crichton was a staunch anti-environmentalist guy and made the last movie an allegory about environmentalism. Oof. Oof. Kelly Marie Chan got fucked. Kelly Marie Chan was like, that was actually a case where she could have made money, specifically calling out Disney for exploiting her. Because she was hired to be the Asian representation. I mean, that is literally why they got her. They got her to play, what's-her-face, specifically to be the Asian character, because they wanted to appeal to the Chinese market. Didn't look into the fact she was Vietnamese. Didn't give a fuck. They basically went, well, every Asian looks the same. Who cares? I keep dropping this 1-2-3 combo. Like, they were doing everything they can to exploit this poor woman, and they gave her a horrible fucking role. And then when it came time for everyone to get pissed off, they threw her to the wolves. Rose. Okay, yeah. There we go. Heal, my child. See, if I knew I could do that, if I thought about that, that would have made this a lot easier. Jesus Christ, I just finished Alan Wake 2. What a bad game. Dumbass detective, spider BS mechanics. Yeah. A roll to hell with no effect on the story. Yeah, it's like they did what Disney always does. They exploited a group. And then people fucking cheered it on. Because they're stupid. Henry does do a live-action 40K thing. I really hope they don't do the Emperor because he's way too high concept. I don't really think it should be live-action. Just do like a CG thing. You know, kind of like the Astartes shorts. Like, it'll save you so much time on, like, practical effects and shit. Maybe do, like, a mishmash of, like, CG reality. Kind of like the Lion King remake. I mean, I know that already is, like, I know people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, listen, you want the over-the-top, dumbass scale of 40K, but trying to apply that to, like, actual physical reality for a long-term show, I don't know. That seems like more of a pain in the neck than it's worth. Boyega was damn jaded after Star Wars. Yeah, he fucking hated it. Thoughts on that one Canada company that's been used to outsource writing like Spider-Man 2 and others? Yeah, it explains a lot. It really did explain a lot, where it's like, why does every single fucking modern game feel the same? Because it's written by the same group of people. Like, once again, proof that companies don't actually give a shit about any of the fucking woke crap that they say they do. It is explicitly, hey, we're gonna outsource this. You good? Yeah, I just had something catch my throat. It's that time of year. It's starting to fall, so I'm like, eh. They're from Kentucky. One of the CEOs is, yeah, from the University of Kentucky, and he's like, oh god, this explains way too fucking much. UK is a terrible, terrible school. Oh fuck, god. Get yourself a drink. I have a drink. Come on. Ginger solo effort, and I'm surprised companies are paying. Well, it's literally just to get the checkmark for ESG money. That's all it amounts to. It's like, hey, we got the approval. Now we can cash our ESG check. You know, it's like they turned what Anita did into a full-blown business. Well, actually, if you think about it, I think it's just the fact that that's what Anita's entire model was. It's, hey, pay us to give you consultation on your scripts and all that, and it's basically doing that thing that a lot of sleazy, lazy people do when they want like song credits or script credits, where they offer like the worst idea in the world and go, but what if you do that? And then they get turned down and then they can cash check because they were in the room offering ideas. Written from the same group of people like held companies. We want some actual work in it, not Peter going, oh, Miles, I should quit. You're a much better fit than me. Yeah. Come on. Eat shit. Ah, damn it. Cannot wait for Marvel's Miles Morales, the only Spider-Man. Yeah, right? The problem is, like, I get it. It's a pain in the ass trying to write a story around, like, having multiple different protagonists. But if they had, like, Peter and Miles and Silk all be playable, people would be happy. They'd be like, hey, that's pretty cool. You get to play as 3 different characters. That's pretty fucking dope. Pop the defensives. This is what I mean by macros can be helpful, because I literally just mashed that over and over again. Now I'm all Gucci. Yeah, literally telling you to run into it. It's like, fuck you, dude. Why isn't Spider-Woman playable then? Because it hasn't been introduced yet. Be cool if they played differently. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. Like, they tried doing something where he had, like, Peter's weird, like, backpack spider arm thingy. And that differed from Miles' lightning shit. But yeah, I mean, in the end, it's basically just different power set. They still feel pretty similar. Who gets shafted the most in recent years, Peter Parker or Ben Reilly? Oh, Peter. Ben at least has the luxury that no one fucking remembers him. Peter's the one that has to, like, soak up all the bullshit. Ugh. Come on. Oh, death for Paul. Paul is like the worst fucking idea Marvel's ever fucking had. I don't know who thought that guy up, but God, that was like just fucking stupid. Should have made Miles be weaker, but be far better at stealth, actually make their gameplay different. Yeah, they were, yeah. But that takes effort. That takes work. Best Punisher story, Slavers. Like, by far, Slavers. That's, like, probably the most just, like, gut-wrenching story of the Punisher. That one or Born? Born is, like, fucking phenomenal. That's the one where as soon as I started seeing people go, like, oh, well, the Garth Ennis Punisher story is pretty overrated. It's like, no. You people bought into the boys always suck theory, and now you're saying everything Garth Ennis ever touched sucked, which is fake. We're not about to go down that fucking road. I'm convinced that was someone's cuck fetish leaking into the story. Oh, by far, yeah. Ever looking to Get Schooled? Yeah, the webtoon, right? The Korean one. I never sat down to read it yet. Yeah, Paul made no sense if I was MJ. I would have buried that idiot. Well, it's the fact that, like, he has such a crucial role, and yet he's a fucking jabroni. It's like, what the fuck? Why is this dude suddenly the key to everything? Like, he outright gives Mary Jane powers. It's that fucking bad. Oh, God. There we go. And fuck you, Rabbit Lady. I need this. Greer Paul was Zeb Wells. Wells became one of the most hated Spider-Man writers. Yeah. This is a bad idea. I mean, it's like, it's not even a case of, oh, well, the Null storyline went on too long and explained too much, and now the symbiote god thing is kind of spoiled for people. No, I mean, it's like, from the get-go, the entire idea of Paul was fucking stupid. It's like, oh, we basically recreated that plotline from Invincible when Mark went to another dimension for years on end, and Eve had to move on for her life because she didn't think she would ever see Mark again. And then they just did that for Peter. Give MJ powers so she can go on a rant about Peter being selfish or being a superhero. Oh, wait, I'm talking about the game. Listen, okay? The Scream fight was specifically the symbiote taking control of her and making her personality worse. That was not them literally saying Peter sucks. That was the symbiote turning Mary Jane into a hyper-aggressive version of herself. For love of God, context does matter here. You can criticize the game, but actually criticize it for the shit it needs to be criticized for. Do you watch Vara Dark? She's an anti-SJW commentator, but at least she knows how to talk without resorting to screaming for nothing. Her thumbnails are usual YouTube stuff, though. I don't know. Nah, I've never seen her. Hyper-aggressive version of herself. Even in the context, it was still kind of mid. It was fine. As stated, the symbiote turns people into something, like, fucking crazy and violent, so I'm okay with it. That's not something symbiotes are supposed to do, though. Yes, it does. Like, they do make you... Yeah, they make you hyper-hostile. That's the entire point behind them. That's why Peter was going insane. Peter took it seriously, though. Yeah, because he doesn't want to hurt Mary Jane. He's trying to get through to her. Watch dude say the whole fight was woke. Yeah, once again, that's like, listen, there's shit you can shit the game. There is stuff you can criticize the game for, but that's not one of them. That's actually in line with a lot of Spider-Man shit. Symbiote highlights all emotions, not just rage. But rage is the dominant one, because it wants people to kill each other. Ever heard of Hex and Hammer 666? Yeah, I watch him. Symbiotes making people hyper-hostile was something they took from the Ultimate Comics and applied to Spider-Man 3, and every comic after just kind of took that as a thing. Exactly. It's like it's been a common thing. Oh, Peter could be reinforcing the idea and going along with MJ's ramblings just to get his wife back. Any man would do that in a situation. Exactly. It's like, he's just trying to get through to her. Like, he already has experience with the symbiote. He's trying to get through to MJ and be like, hey, get that thing off you. It's been there since the 90s animated series. Exactly. It's like, you know, there's shit you can be angry about with the game, but this is a case where, no, this is an actual thing from the comics. I prefer the old style where it's just, wow, this is fun, you like fighting crime, but you need to sleep, I'll take over while you sleep. I talk about the symbiote because it always drove Peter insane. Like, the symbiote was very much a negative thing. When the symbiote suit was first introduced, Peter's personality had become far more hostile as a result of their want to do their own brand of justice, and symbiotes were not afraid to kill. Exactly, like, they were always a negative thing to have on you. Symbiotes don't exactly turn you aggressive, but it does amplify your existing emotions. If someone feels happy, then the symbiote will enhance that emotion. Same with fear, rage, and other symbiotes. Exactly. It's like, it's a thing where, yeah, it turns people into fucking homicidal maniacs. You can say, well, that's not the point of them. It's like, no, but that's always what they're used for. Like, they're always explicitly used to be like, yeah, the symbiote's taking over, and now it's doing whatever the hell it wants. And usually that means murder and eating people. Berserker armor is just a sharp symbiote. It's kind of funny, though, how the suit pulled the blanket over him like he actually needs it. Yeah, that was funny. I like that. Not trying to 100% diss the game, just the scream section felt off even with context. It didn't feel off to me at all. Like, it didn't feel off to me because, like, I understood, yeah, the symbiote's making her say this stuff. Like, deep down, MJ might feel it, but it's making her say it and making her say it in a very, very bad way. She Venom kind of thick, though, not gonna lie. So the symbiote's just alien crack. Well, I stated, it's an alien parasite that takes you over, and its ultimate goal is to take over permanently. And from there, you become a fucked up monster that wants to eat people. Symbiotes being hyper-aggressive super depends on the host mindset, too. The more fucked up they are, the more fucked up the symbiote is, and taking into account the symbiote's mindset. Yeah, that's not a part of it. That's why Eddie is able to be so good with it, because he has a lot of history with the symbiote, and the symbiote genuinely likes Eddie. Unless you're somebody like Cletus Cassidy where you're already fucked in the head, so adding a symbiote's just more fuel. Exactly. That's where you get carnage. Imagine getting jerked off by the symbiote. Yeah, right, guys? Imagine it jerking you off. Wouldn't that be crazy, guys? Guys? I would say MJ, I keep thinking of Michael Jackson. Everyone's just weak. The symbiote's obviously space steroids, but you gotta keep your head and not rage. Yeah. That's the difference between evil, I'm gonna take over the world Venom, and lethal protector Venom. Guardians of the Galaxy comic actually introduced a whole planet full of them that aren't evil. Yeah, well, it's a parasite, you know? So it depends on the host. It depends on the host, and no, some of them are just flat out malicious and evil. Venom and Eddie spent so much time together, they melded each other out. Having anyone but Eddie as the host feels wrong to me. Well, it feels wrong to the parasite. There's actually plot points where, like, Eddie will have it for a while. They give it to a different host or he loses it, and it will flat out be like, I want to go back to Eddie. Another issue with Venom and Spider-Man 2 was they just made him null. They didn't make him null, but them teasing all the shit with null feels so much like, man, isn't that fucking cool? Just wait till the Venom spin-off game. It's like, oh, great. Oh, great. That's what it felt like to me. It was less so much they wanted to make Venom null, and more so much of it was all a trailer for the Venom spin-off, which is going to be about fighting null. So you're saying there's a chance for romance with symbiotes. Venom is female. Eddie, my beloved, the symbiote, yeah. Venom prefers to be with Eddie. They both keep each other grounded. Yeah, because Eddie was able to get past his I want to kill the world phase and is now actually trying to use it for good. And because of that, it imprinted onto the symbiote to where it wants to do good. To the point of, like, when it went from Eddie to the assassin dude, who was just, like, a flat-out asshole and just murdered people, the symbiote actually fought back and was like, no, I don't want to do this. Because it didn't want to kill people anymore. At least not like, innocent people. Carnage is also expressly referred to as female in some comics by Cleus Cassidy. Yeah. I like Agent Venom with Flash Thompson. I don't really like the comics, like the stories themselves, but the design is fucking awesome. I fucking love the Agent Venom design. It is so cool. Alright. So now we gotta make it to level 63. Venom only eats bad people anymore, and chocolate canonically. Yeah. Eddie was really able to take control of the symbiote and be like, hey, we're not going to do this. Eddie, help. This guy posts on E261. Get him away from me. I once flashed my Thompson. Now I'm in jail. Yeah. That's on Japanese delinquent girls. When done right, they're very enjoyable. Alright. Damn it. Fucking bastards. I need my tomes. That's... We wouldn't even be able to wear any of this. Oh no, we could. We could wear some of these. So that's Ironworks. Let's go to... Son of a bitch. Okay. To earn back our fucking tomes. Well, here. I can at least get one of the earrings here. So, what would be... What's the best stats for Gunbreaker? Strength, direct hit, vitality, tenacity. Like here, let me just pull it up. Yeah. Well, what would be our... Okay, tenacity and piety. These are the ones that we really want to buff up, so maybe tenacity? So... We'll do this one because it's more skill speed, and those are helpful. There we go. Yeah, crit, DET, DH, okay. Anything with fending in the name, okay. Okay. Symbiotes are asexual, but they do take up the trait of a specific gender. Venom often considered male since he usually takes up masculine appearances while Scream is female for having feminine. Yeah. Love Flash being a host and regaining a purpose after being handicapped. Just wish he got his own symbiote, not Venom. Yeah. Because Because it's a thing where it's like, well, now that he's not the Venom host, he's fucked. So, Tank still use piety. Says for roll though. I might be missing that one then. So yeah, keep up with tenacity then, because tenacity is we're a tank. We're supposed to have that high up there. Materia melds are key. Okay. You guys use materia, chat? I don't use materia. I look at the stats I need to like make a good materia, or like the ingredients I need, and I'm like, man, fuck that. That's a pain in the ass, and I don't want to do it. Toxin's underrated. I think a lot of the side symbiotes are fun. How muscular is too muscular on a chick? I like just enough for there to be definition, but when it starts dipping into like the obvious joke is Abby from Last of Us 2. It's like, yeah, when you start dipping into fucking with the proportions of a woman, where you have like the obvious curve of like where you have like the chest, and then you have the waist, and then you have the hip. When you start fucking in with that, where it starts like filling out and looking more masculine like a dude, that's way too much. Too much. No way from Dory Hidoro. Yeah, that's about as much as you can get before it starts dipping into like, okay, this is much. This is a little too much. I like She-Hulk. I don't like the Hulk. No boobs and just pecs. Yeah, that's an instant no for me. That's where I'm like, nope, not into that. Okay. I have selected Regicide. We shall go and we shall wait then. Do you watch the Attack on Titan finale? No. But I saw other people upset about it. When the figure starts being compromised then. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at. Where when the figure starts being compromised, it looks like she took steroids. That's where I'm like, nope, we have to go back. The West has fallen. So you're saying you would like to go to the Muscle Girl bar in Japan where they give you protein drinks, encourage you to work out, need those gyms here? I mean, the key to marketing is sex sells. Anyone that says otherwise, they're trying to see your fucking business bankrupt, man. I put arm's length here. I don't know why that's so far away. I kind of need that here. Okay. Let's do this. Lean beef patty is hot. Yeah, lean beef patty. I think that's kind of the ideal, the ideal muscle woman, where it's still very obviously feminine, yet very obviously has muscle definition. It's like, yeah, that's good. That's good. They won't sleep with you, Lolly. I know. But if you give the customer the idea in their mind that they will, there you go. You can make millions. You can, and people have in fact made millions. Like a fat ass, not a firm ass. You can have both. You can have both. Mom needs his own infinite crisis thing to undo past 9 or 8 years of damage. Yeah. Look up Chloe the Hokage. I think I've actually seen some pics of her. Give me a sec. Okay. Isn't that how strip clubs work? Exactly. Yeah, I think she has a pretty good balance with hers. Leans a bit more into being more bulky than lean beef patty, but not too bad. And we're gonna stand here for a little while and wait for the party to form. So, Abby is far past the acceptable limit. Her body was cartoonish. Actual top female bodybuilders look far less disgusting compared to Abby because she isn't ripped. A ripped woman, she's just dude. Yeah, if you look at her actual like mocap actor or like the chick she was based off of, yeah, she looks a million times better. Like, they explicitly went in and fucked with her proportions. That is a case where I'm like, no, I fully believe the idea that they went in and made her ugly on purpose. I, like, actually fully believe that. About to recommend one of my favorite muscular furries on the internet, Lamb by the artist Ferretta, is fucking primo to me. They're totally not chilling because they saved me from being homeless. You killed it with one word, and I'm going to give you one chance to guess what that word is. Even the mocap actor, mocap model hated Abby. Yeah, because, I mean, that's one of those cases where it's like, really? Like, why'd you do that? You just made her look horrible. Real life beautiful women are unrealistic. Yeah, right? On the point of people who say sex doesn't sell when you see you fall. I've been playing Lollipop Chainsaw, Bayonetta, and others. Remember, you had people calling them sexist. Seemed pretty cool to me. Exactly. It's like the idea of sex sells is quite literally a natural aspect. The key to the business is just selling a natural aspect of human instinct, which is our need to reproduce. You know, sex is something that you physically see it work all the time in reality. OnlyFans blew the fuck up because it's literally just charging people for nudes. And it became one of the most dominant websites out there. It became a mainstream porn site. Even more than fucking Pornhub. You know, you have housewives that have, you know, fucking OnlyFans links taped to their car because it's extra money they can make. It's insane. Agent for $2, why can men write women better than women? As stated, it's a generalization. It's not always true. But a lot of it's because, you know, men, we like following our structure. We like following our formulas for stories. So they're able to write a good formula for how they want their characters to go. And a lot of the time, they actually do ask women, like, hey, how would you write this? And they get advice on how to do it, and then they add in their own spin to it, so you have a collaboration. That's what Miura did whenever he wanted to write female characters. He asked female friends and relatives, like, hey, how would a woman react to this? Agent for $2, OnlyFans is slowly dying, though. Slowly, but the impact it made is insane. Like, it's not about OnlyFans being good or bad. It's that it made hilarious amounts of money. Fun fact that one porn VA you fought on Twitter has an OnlyFans. I fully believe it. I fully believe it. We might have to wait a while. That's a social construct. We gotta push the beauty standard. Yeah, how convenient. It's like whenever I hear traditional beauty standards, all I can think is, oh, so you're the ugly girl in high school and you want to kneecap the competition. You fought a porn VA, male or female? I don't know. Honestly, OnlyFans models should just do porn, stop pretending. A lot of them do. Like, a lot of them do. Beauty is universal. You know beauty when you see it. Well, I think the push for AI, like AI algorithms that make art and all that, and are able to sing and do that, have kind of made people have a come to Jesus moment on the way a lot of our standards for quality work. We likes to think, oh no, it's completely subjective. We can't tell what's actually good or bad. I mean, there's always personal preference that comes into play. But the truth is, a lot of art is very technical. You know, there is an objective standard for what makes something good versus what makes something bad. It just amounts to, did you like it? That's where you have the phrase, oh, it was amazing, but it wasn't for me, that kind of thing. You know, artists like Da Vinci and the guy who painted the Sistine Chapel, I think it was Michelangelo, they were mathematicians. Like, they were actual, like, teachers and scholars. And they were able to apply that to how they did their art. I mean, there was actually a lot of math that goes into it, you know. $805. Oh, is that why people who complain about fan servers are always fat and ugly? More often than not. More often than not. What's happened to the shadows? I think it's a storm. Yeah, it was like a storm blowing through, so it was lightning. OnlyFans isn't dying because it's getting unpopular because they're shooting themselves in the foot. The execs want to cash out. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, having 7 toes and 6 fingers aren't the beauty standard. Yeah, you know, it's a thing where there is objective standards. I mean, in Japan, they're outright taught, you know, as like mainstream math about the golden ratio of like, hey, this is the most aesthetically pleasing angle or something like that. Like, art does come down to like mathematics and knowing how angles work and symmetry. I mean, there is an objective way to draw an apple, I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, 7-3. Yeah. Review Shogun. Yeah, I saw the reboot got announced for it, so it'd be cool to like go back and talk about the original. That'd be fun. How Japanese artists even use the golden ratio in artwork. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's an actual thing you have to learn. I mean, obviously, of course, you always have people who are able to break the rules and get away with it. But the problem is, we've allowed breaking the rule to be the standard, and we've raised a generation of people that think you have to completely reinvent the wheel before you even get started. You know, one guy put it best where you know, recently people have been talking about fucking Anita Sarkeesian again, and talking about like the impact she's had on the game industry. We're like, she convinced like tons of people that using tropes inherently by itself is a sin, when that's never the point of a trope. A trope is not something that you're supposed to avoid at all costs. You know, not even like the negative connotation word cliche. It is something that you just use because it's been used before and it works. It works, and you are able to workshop it into your thing and have it work out in your favor. You know, it's like the hacker chick in a heist movie. It's a cliche, but people can make it work and make them interesting. What anime would you use Wasp for the soundtrack? Berserk. Like Berserk, hands down. So weird that people that complain about beauty standards are usually fat and ugly women are very insecure women and they're simps. Yeah. In your opinion, what separates a good punk chick from a bad one? Can even make the side shave attractive? I hate the side shave. I never thought the side shave was attractive in any way, shape, or form. And a good punk chick is basically an actual punk. Like, is unafraid to say things that will get her arrested. You know, instead of the fake mealy-mouthed, I support everything a corporation says shit. Why are you playing a new season of Fortnite with Shoto, Loli? Because I don't play Fortnite. We're playing Final Fantasy 14. And we're waiting on a queue. The worst part of this fucking side quest. Here. I'm going to withdraw. You'll go into the duty finder. Because we are 10 levels above. And this is a fight, a super boss one. So we should be able to kill it and still do the quest. There's some women that can look good with a side shave head. I just never like it. I just never like it. Why do all the punk chicks speak in a deep voice? That's because the ones you're talking to are trainees. Undercut's the name of the hairstyle. The only character I've ever liked is V in Arcane. I just never liked it. I just think it looks ugly. And what pisses me off is that it's intentionally ugly. Yeah, we gotta fight fucking Mughals. Women Mohawk? I don't like Mohawks either. I don't like any, like, I'm very traditionalist when it comes to hairstyles. It's like, no, make it work. Make your hairstyle work in line with conventional beauty standards or I'll hit you. You're allowed to express yourself and be anti-establishment all you want. The minute you fuck with your hair in a way I don't like, that's when I get the belt. What about Judy from Cyberpunk? She gets away with it because she doesn't only have the side shave. And what I mean by that is I never talk to her, so I never remember she has it. Oh, it doesn't like redheads? I'm okay with redheads. But if you fuck with your hair in a way I don't like. Yeah, we're whooping this guy's ass. Forgive me, Sensei, but I have to go all out. I need to unleash my Bankai. Judy had purple and green hair. Hair color is one thing. You can make tons of different, out there hair colors fine. I mean, I watch anime. I'm talking specifically the style of the hair. Like in a mohawk or the side shave. The physical way they wear their hair. That is different to me. Are you killing chestnut puck or moogles? Braids are fine, don't like dreads. Yeah. I kind of agree there. I'm not against dreads, but I've just never seen one that I liked. Rogue had cool hair in Cyberpunk. Rogue is alright, yeah. I like the 80s style. Like, 80s style hair, I'm okay with. Like, big perms and all that. Like, that one I'm okay with. Like, I will say, I have dreads, fuck you. Like, I'll say, I thought Sigourney Weaver in Alien is a million times hotter than Sigourney Weaver in Aliens. I don't like the short hair she has in the sequel. Pop the fucking... Can you focus on one if you want to kill him quickly? Yeah, I know. I'm not too worried though, because I mean it's like because we're 10 levels higher, we are able to we're able to kind of make back the health that we lose to each attack pretty fast. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just take this dude out. There we go. Kick his ass. You don't like dreadlocks? Yeah, like I said, they're okay. I think dudes wear dreadlocks a million times better than chicks. Why do you like Attack on Titan? I went into it wanting to see cat and mouse, small people with fucking zip lines killing giant zombies. That's what I wanted. Then it turned into flesh mechas, and I'm like, I don't want this. There we go. Come on. Black Lady Dreads is sexy, fight me. No. I think a black woman with traditional hair, like I call it traditional hair, but you know what I'm talking about, is a million times better. Like a million times more attractive to me. Pop more defensives. We're almost there. Thank God Gunbreaker has a heal. Like, thank God. Like, it's not much, but, like, holy fuck. Them having, like, a dedicated heal skill is already so helpful. It has 2 heals. I don't think we have the other one unlocked. Oh, there's the king. I mean, we have the end of the, yeah. We have the part 2 of the combo where it heals, kind of like the Dark Knight one. I don't know if I kind of count that though, because that's just part of the 1, 2, 3. I'm talking like dedicated heal spell where like you can heal yourself and it's like fucking helpful. Almost fumbled. Almost. This music's reminding me of Nightmare Before Christmas. Ow. Pop my defenses. Come on. What is this song? I don't know, but I like it. I stated, it kind of reminds me of Nightmare Before Christmas. Come on. I'm gonna kick it in the nuts. It didn't work. Shit. Eat shit. All that time Square Enix spent with Disney. Yeah, right? Thank God for Brutal Shell. Favorite noblewoman trope character in Japanese media? I like Lily from Tekken and Karen from Street Fighter. That's hard. Those are pretty good. I love the rich family from Urusei Yatsura. Mainly the one asshole kid's mom. She always makes me laugh. Just the fact that like she barely talks and has to like give notes and shit. Like they made me laugh really fucking hard. I've seen Victor Chevalier and Tekken. Dude looks so cool. Yeah. New Tekken does look pretty dope. It looks pretty fucking cool. It's pretty interesting. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow. Oh, shit. He one-shotted me. Trying to get into Conan. Where do I start? Any recommendations? Check out the short stories. The short stories are pretty damn good. Not gonna lie. I'm not really into, not really into doing all that again. Let's bail. I'll level up a little bit more, because already we did a hell of a lot better than when we did DPS. When we did DPS, we got our fucking ass whooped. You got vulnerability up and using more damage taken. Yeah, I know, I saw. But now let's go around and see if we can do some... That's pugilist. Does... Yeah, we gotta do these as the fucking class, though. At least I'm pretty sure you have to do them as the class. Oh, here. I'm actually unafraid to, like, go back and do other duties now, because it's... Yeah, here. Let me turn off unrestricted party. Because now we have to level up. We already did the Praetorium. We already did that. Something with a bit more to them. Oh, fuck off. Grab some gays. Yeah. It'd help if we could actually fucking get into one. Is that here? I'll set another queue up, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be here waiting a while. Did you do your dailies? I don't think I did. I don't even know what my dailies are. That is not what I want. Let me see. I don't know what my dailies are. You can start a crossroad party and get chat. You could start a crossword party. You could do chat. Hit the use key? Yeah, that's how you get the fucking duty finder. I know the hotkey for it, but I like clicking through the menus because it's fun. Go to another server? I don't want to. We're just going to be staying here for a little while. For a little while. Little while. Little while. You know what? Fuck it. We are at the part that like made me literally go fuck this, and I bought a key to skip the patch quest for A Realm Reborn, and just go straight to Heaven's Ward. I'm not even kidding. I did that. So here, I will go on my own time, get past this quest on my own, and then we can do more shit with Rabid. Here. Do more shit with Rabid past this fucking quest. Because this one is a pain in the dick. That sounds like cope. It was aggressive, violent cope. Unsub, just like fake fan. So no, we are going to log out from Rabid. And instead, we're going to go to the character that is way, way past this shit. We're going to go to LOL. Because LOL also needs time. Load in, fucker. Plop, 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 plop. Cope. You didn't learn. You didn't grow. You took a shortcut and gained a hollow victory. I got to play Heaven's Ward, fucker. So they're gonna be wannabe guts, yeah, basically. So yeah, we're going here. Gonna ask me for help. Yeah, I didn't want to. All right. So now we just wait for the queue on this one. I'm getting YouTube shorts of a movie called Hostiles with Batman actor in it. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Can you at least get someone to RP as Shrike or EC Joe to play sidekick? No. No. Jack, call him a vegetard. Big lady, indeed. And we are deep into Stormblood at this point. Well, not deep, but like, yeah, we're in Stormblood now. Have you seen the Solomon Kane movie? No, I'm not super into Solomon Kane. Alright. I was doing a lot of the Hildebrand quests, and I love the Hildebrand quests, but let's put them to rest for now and get some more actual shit done. You should try playing earlier. Yeah, I could. Have you watched A Kite? It's an anime movie that technically counts as hentai only because of a few short rape scenes. I have not. Is it actually any good beyond that? Okay. Yeah, we're in the Weeb City. How do we get up in them guts? Make it to level 76, fucker. Gonna do a stream on the FF16 crossover? Yeah. I'm gonna look into how to start it, and because like we're stuck waiting for a fucking queue, that'd be a fun one to do. If it's still going by the time. Shoto was like, you've gotta do the Fall Guys one. It's like, I don't wanna do the fucking Fall Guys collab. The character looks emo as fuck. Welcome to Dark Knight. Dark Knight is all about being as emo as fuck, and it's great. It's actually goods from the weird era where OVAs weren't turbo dead. Huh. You know that Mog fight was fan service for JP audience? I believe it. People love the fucking Muggles. Have you seen the Devilman OVAs? Oh, yeah. Kite's alright if it's just child assassin take revenge on the cop who rapes them both, but the two end up shot in the end. Ah, okay. So kind of one of those, like, bleak, no happy ending stories. It's surprising how many manga artists started out doing hentai. Yeah. Do what you love. Yeah, this guy's like a samurai dude. Shocker, this was the expansion that brought the samurai class into the game. Oh no, I don't think it was this expansion. I think it was a patch for Heaven's Ward that was teasing this expansion. Cup, heh, I got my dick wet. Heh. Dragon Maid author started hentai. Yeah, Dragon Maid, Ghost in the Shell, Hellsing, I think. Guy who does Black Lagoon makes canonical hentai dojins. Well, not canonical, but he makes hentai dojins of his own character. Bastard's the one where there's canonical hentai dojins. No, Stormblood had Samurai. Okay. I couldn't remember. It was like, was it Stormblood or was it the patch quest that teased Stormblood? Because he shows up in Heaven's Ward towards the end during I Stayed the patch quests. Because there was teasing. Stormblood's coming. What is that adorable catfish creature? Can I eat it? It's an asshole. It is an asshole. Kota Hirano's characters are literally just lifts from his old hentai dojins. There you go. Thank you, Hirano. Very cool. Hentai tends to not make a lot of money versus mainstream, so you get a lot more people who are making passion projects versus mainstream works. Yeah, which is how it should be. Have you watched the Violence Jack OVAs? I mean to. I want to. I want to eat the cat thing. The catfish? Nagatoro artist also started as one. Nagatoro, the Uzaki one. What was another one? Another, like, modern one. Instead of finishing Black Lagoon, he's drawing that. We're getting chapters. Wait a fucking minute. You're allowed to make canonical hentai dojins of your own work? You're the author. And if you're the author, Dress Up Darling has official hentai. I don't know. I keep hearing that's not actually official. It's just like a friend of the author. It is one of those where the style is like scary close to the manga, but it's not actually like by the author herself. Or himself. I don't know. There's so many different things where I hear like, oh no, the Dress Up Darling author is actually a dude. It's actually a chick. I don't fucking know. No one knows any fucking thing anymore. You ever grow a bastard like Sheila and Kai? The chick who's basically Casca is pretty fucking great. Especially since in the remake, they have Carrie Karenin voice her. That's pretty fucking good. Your mom's a friend of the author. They can start, if they can draw breasts really well, they probably start out drawing hentai, yeah. It's the author and the friend. They're fucking each other. It's a chick. As stated, I've heard so many back and forths, it's like, fuck you. I like the interpretation more. It's a chick who used to be really into, like, cosplay stuff and wanted to make a manga about it. That's my wholesome story. Fuck you. Ilda Pochi made Safe for Work manga that is just prequel to her main hentai work. Now, that's dedication right there. Hello, Turtle Man. I still own my copies of the Helsing volumes. They're good. They're very, very good. Isn't Citrus done by a chick also? Yeah, a lot of Yuri's stuff is done by women. Author Nagatoro drew some fuck shit like lolly rape, vomit, incest, spire level shit. Yeah. Hiroyoku didn't start out in hentai, but did create a hentai trope, I think, where he drew breasts moving and caught on. Yeah, well, Hiroya has just always been an open pervert. Like, just open about it. It's femcel trying to make fantasy of a dude supporting her cosplaying as her favorite characters. Yeah, there you go. That is the wholesome version of My Dress Up Darling I go off of. Where it's like, yeah, that's how it should be. You know, the femcel wants to be the happy-go-lucky Zooey Deschanel Gyaru and is helping the socially awkward autist, you know, gain self-confidence. Race war starts now. Murano admitted to lifting designs from his old dojins in the afterwards and eats Hellshing volume. Oh, yeah.
Stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever.
Like, Ultimate doesn't really talk about it, but yeah, Hellsing, the manga, is a pretty horny story.
Beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
Yuri for Women is the one that plays up the lesbianism. Yuri for Men tends to just have only women hanging out. Yeah. Hey, Loli, cursey on me. Ah! Thank you, Chris. Very cool. Do you prefer Portal Ops or Peace Walker? I prefer Peace Walker because I like the base building aspect. I've always liked that, you know, stuff like city builders, base building. Just it's fun. It's fun. Why is there a Ninja Turtle? Don't worry about him. Is Christian live streaming? God, I hope not. I don't think he is right now, but yeah, he is live streaming, just in general terms. Sarah's my favorite character in Hellsing. She's great. Farming S-rank stuff in Peace Walker wasn't terribly fun. Yeah, that got a little much, but you know. Integra's fucking rad. Integra is probably my favorite just because she's so no bullshit about everything. She is an unironic girl boss in the way that's fucking cool. Where she is just like, she's Nick Fury if she was in charge of killing vampires. And Nick Fury specifically from like Punisher Max. Where she goes into a room and everything has to be to the T how she likes it. It's like that's what I like. I like that no bullshit, almost like, you know, military general walk into a room and going, get your shit in order. It's like just that kind of like vibe to him, you know what I mean? Wish the base building wasn't in Phantom Pain, though. The base building by itself wasn't the problem. It's how they did the base building, where it's just grinding and waiting, and that sucks. The only Yuri show I watched is G-Witch, even then the Yuri shit didn't really happen. Well, I mean, Yuri is a very specific genre where you're watching it because it's Yuri. She commands respect, exactly. Not Admiral Holdo from Star Wars, no. Integra from Hellsing is written by somebody that knows how to write a badass character. That understands that no bullshit, straight to the point mindset that is just inherently cool. Admiral Holdo is written by a bunch of fat white liberals that don't know what actual, you know, big ball, you know, dick swinging vibe really is. That sounds very immature, but like, you know what I'm talking about. Sorry, we need to level up your base to level 4 to put a silencer on your sniper rifle. Like, why? Yeah, right. It was to push the fob system. And the fob system by itself is cool, but it's all about waiting and premium currency, and it sucks. Nick beat a general severely with a belt because he went against Nick's orders about not letting Frank do what he was sent to do. Yeah. And then faked a fucking terrorist attack in Russia that killed hundreds of people. I thought the Blue Velvet chick who played Holdo was forced to dye her hair. Sadly, that wasn't the case when she played Diane in Twin Peaks: The Return. Yeah. I don't think she's a bad actress, but man, The Last Jedi was not good for her reputation. Integra also is a person. She doesn't like killing or ordering death, but she will. Don't test her. Yeah. Once again, that genuinely good mindset that makes a badass, which is, I don't want to kill you, but I will. And you believe that they can. Where's Donatello, motherfucker? Nick is a fucking beast. Exactly. Laura Dern's a great actress. Yeah, she's a great actress. And once again, that's kind of why I'm sad that most people only really know her as being that asshole chick from Last Jedi. It's like, you know, I don't like that being the only thing she's known for. It's like, yeah, Holdo was obnoxious, but, like, she's done better stuff. To the crab pots. Away. All right, I can't fly yet. We need the 8th occurrence. Away. What do you think of what do you think of elves? All right, or fucking knife ears? It depends. I'm pissed that Leia got screwed in Last Jedi. Yeah. And of course, Jurassic Park. Yeah, Blue Velvet, Wild at Heart. Yeah. Great actress. Well, going at top speed. He's doing the best he can. Goodbye, whale. Just like anyone new in Twin Peaks: The Return, I got mixed feelings of her as Diane. Yeah. That's fair enough. Should play Gojira while riding the wave. The whale's the biggest, goodest boy. He really is. He's doing his best. Got the sense that Nick Fury in his younger years was basically like Frank Castle.
Told you were most unreceptive to my associates' requests.
Kinda.
I realize you do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pilot. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us. You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you.
So you already know the voice acting's a million times better.
The ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Bastards!
Proud Confederate.
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
Goodbye. They enslaved the Dark Elves and the Lalafels and the Turtles.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
They've always balked at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight. The problem, you see, is that many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, She's none
To
too
hell with the
fond of
turtles.
Romans.
Nobody threatens the turtles.
If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
And where did the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
So we go beat the shit out of the turtle.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front. If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do. Compared to them, we're boys with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own. Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat, and the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Tell the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
Yeah. So yeah, I really like the voice acting and everything post Realm Reborn. They got really good people. They went from typical anime dub bullshit to, hey, let's get like British theater actors and let them ham it the fuck up, and it's awesome. That's on Lolly Jack the Ripper from Fate. She's fun. Who's a good character example of silence and confidence? Man with No Name's pretty good. He doesn't need to say a lot. He'll just shoot people. It's great. I mean, he'll talk, but, you know. Did Linkar ever block you out on Twitter after you reviewed his movie? No. I highly doubt he ever saw it, and frankly, it's one of those of, like, I didn't make it to piss him off. I made it because I wanted to talk about the movie, and it was like, hey, I did not like this at all. I didn't like it at all, and is kind of emblematic of a lot of the issues that the Channel Awesome people went through. Thoughts System Shock remake, Operation Deck music as well was welcome to hear, but I realize you never touched series in your vids. I really, really like System Shock. The 1 remake is really fucking good. I never played much System Shock 1, I mainly played 2, but I really liked how they handled the remake of 1. It was really fun. I would kill for them to have, like, as high quality of a remake for 2. That'd be amazing. I guess you aren't Oni-G. Exactly. It's like, I'm not doing it to piss Linkara off or beta reaction. I was just doing it because I wanted to talk about his movie. The Shadowbringer versus the Lightbringer. Yeah. I got my Zanpakuto sword. I'm ready. I'm on my Bleach arc. To remake would be awesome. It'd be amazing. Imagine when they brought back System Shock 2 style music. That'd be amazing. No, they're like, oh, it'd be better with no music. No, fuck you. System Shock 2 music's amazing. I fall for that meme as a kid, and there'd be playthroughs where I just cut out halfway. I'm like, man, this isn't drawing me in as much. It's because I would listen to advice and turn off the music. I'm like, man, the music's fucking amazing. Literally edgy. Like, literally, seriously, for real, for real. are gonna sell Lynn Caleb into sex slavery to a troll. So you have 9 trillion filler episodes. I would love to get that Linkara response video done, you know, after he argued with me on Twitter, but we're in the middle of our Bount arc right now, so prepare for a 5-minute long retelling of exactly what's going on in the drama, and I'll add 1 new sentence, and then that's the end of the video. You can slap chop vegetables in that armor. Yeah. And in the 90s, you had to make do with a low install space in our computer's hard drive. Many of the games we installed had no music. Yeah. Well, no, it's an actual stylistic thing people tell others to do, where it's like, oh, it's way creepier if you play System Shock 2 without music. It's like, dude, fuck you. That's bad advice. The fun is the soundtrack. The soundtrack's amazing. Remember when Miss Chokes on Dick died? Yeah. That was funny. We are the many. Yeah, I love that. I'm just Stitch after you buck broke him. Did he just stop responding after he realized he was being stupid? I have no idea. We spat on Twitter for a little bit. I can agree on some areas of the game. Some. But even then, I like some of the tracks too much to let it go. The ops music is amazing. Ugh. We need you, Eternal Man. You are now on top of the Lightbringer's list. His jokes on Dick died literally out of nowhere, and it's great, yeah. And it wasn't even like the actor for the character left. Like, Miss Chokes on Dick was voiced by Trey. How is it whenever you get into a Twitter spat, it's always with a sex weirdo or a retard, no in between? I don't know. System Shock 2 isn't really a horror game. It's a game with horror elements. It has a lot of action. Yeah, that's kind of the best way to look at it. It's like saying BioShock is a dedicated horror game. That's not really true. It has creepy elements, creepy moments, but you can also get a grenade launcher. She was considered an ancillary character, one that the fans wouldn't miss much. But that was the bus driver who got killed by the serial killer. Which branch do you like in System Shock 2? Why is being in the Navy bitch mode? I'm trying to remember. It was Marines for guns, Navy for tech stuff, and I think they had like the demolition school.
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
If only you knew how commonplace such scenes have become. Are we too late?
Yeah, Trey Matt just got bored with her and had her die off screen playing Mac. You did it, yeah.
Someone's coming.
Yeah, OSA agent, yeah, Psy Black Ops, yeah.
She, sworn enemy of Doma, of my master, the traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans, Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Lots of thoughts on lymphoma. Don't get it, dumbass.
Filth and squalor everywhere. How very dumb. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
Okay, chat. Not gonna lie. Would.
Come
I
now.
would.
You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom. I come before you today.
Can't she's a
seeking
child?
Affirmation. A heartfelt
I don't believe you.
declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should.
Final Fantasy female villains with a tragic backstory. Everyone goes, I could fix her, damn it! I don't want her to have a tragic backstory. I want her to be
One
worse.
of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane. But we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone
I
more
want to make her
sensible among
tragic
you?
backstory.
Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word.
Break her mentally and physically, and especially sexually.
Kill him. Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other.
What is your
or he
dream
wouldn't
gun?
have attempted
I have
to
a
flee
number
the
of them.
Empire.
I want to get an actual legit HK MP5 for one. In the process of getting a fall in FAL. That should be fun.
Have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Very, very good. I've always had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. We can't have that.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
So why are you hiding exactly? To see if her red flags are a good sign or a bad sign.
Stop and think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead. We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness.
We must save Yotsuyu from herself.
Myself as a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive. They will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
You can't expect us to stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go. Hold out for as long as you can, but remember, noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
You have warrior of light who fought against literal godlike beings. No, shut up. They're higher level.
North and east, look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
Godspeed.
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental, something intrinsic, something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
Just send the big scary lady. I don't understand why everyone's making it so complicated.
Well now, this is the
I can fix her, I can fix her, I can fix her.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
Trash ain't worth fixing. Not to mention the warrior fucking killed the coolest guy in a mech suit to kill godlike beings. Just the expansion beforehand, we fought dragon gods and won. I mean, I guess, okay. I guess we're not gonna whoop their ass. I guess we shall not whoop their ass. There's that guy over there, though. I want to see who he is. Hey, jerk off. You committing any war crimes? No? Okay. Because you know, if you're committing war crimes, I'll come at you. I'll come at you. Oh, damn it. Looks like we're swimming. I could take it Chad has met Yotsuyu. They have. She's pretty good. I think she's just misunderstood. She went through a lot, you know. She had a hard life. And we had to be sympathetic towards that, you know. We can fix her. There is good in her heart. See this whale? He'll come at you. Yeah, he'll whoop your ass. This whale, he'll bite your dick off. Don't go commit no war crimes. I'm the fucking warrior light. I'll bite you. I'll bite your head off. What's wrong with committing war crimes? Isn't a crime if you've never seen them as human in the first place? Break her back, Bobo. She shall be given something hard as penance. Alright, give me one quick second. The girl I fumbled at GameStop dressed up as Ashley from RE4 for Halloween. It's never been so over for me to GameStop. Heard that the airbows as an air guns made for shooting arrows are somewhat popular in the States. Are there any good? I have never heard of those before. That's basically just a spear gun. "9 months of penance and lifelong sentence to motherhood." walruses. So we just watched a bunch of innocent people get tortured by fucking Garleans, and now we're fighting walruses. Slap the walrus. Sure, that's what we should be doing? There's people dying over there. Shut up and fight the walrus. Let's be honest though, she'll be as bad a mother as some of the mothers of Roman emperors. Yeah, right? But all that matters is that you can tell your friends, hey, I hit that. Cool to see Boogie cameo in the game. Yeah, right? There he is. And he's making prostitutes across the world retire and find better lives. I can hear them screaming from over here. That's the walrus you need to kick the ass of. Did you see the Boogie documentary? I saw all I needed, which was the clip of the prostitute going, sleeping with Boogie made me quit sex work. It's like, that's all I need. That's quite literally all I need. Listen, if we just get Boogie the fuck that Japanese bitch, and I think she become a normal person via trauma. Not all heroes wear capes. Still remember when both bodies clashed in a terribly overhyped celebrity boxing match? Yeah, him and Wings, yeah. Wings was the only one in any way, shape, or form took it seriously. Boogie just let himself get slapped around. It's like, dude, you're supposed to at least try to fight. It's because he was fat or just that intolerable. I like to think it had nothing to do with him being fat, because, I mean, a prostitute has to sleep with all sorts of people. I like to think he was just that annoying. Boogie had that low-tax energy in the boxing match, yeah, right? Like, had no idea what he was doing, didn't even try to take it seriously. Or the smell. Probably the smell, too. Yeah. Guy fixed his teeth and invested all his money in cryptocurrency. That was being fucked by Sam Fry Bankman. Yeah, right? I mean, the reveal that he spent upwards of, like, what, $400,000 on prostitutes? It's like, no wonder you're having money problems. Because you're wasting all your money on fucking whores. $200,000 in escorts. Still, kind of an insane amount of money that would have been very, very, very helpful to put anywhere else. If I had that fucking money in my investment accounts, I'd be a fucking happy man. It's not even like, oh, you can use that money for charity. You know, fuck charity. Just the financial security aspect alone, just knowing that you put something aside, you know, for yourself or your family, it's like, dude, that's all you need. That's all you need. If I had $500,000 savings, I'd be set. Yeah, right? Charity gay as fuck. It's all money laundering shit. It never goes where it's supposed to go. Like, every time you see a YouTuber promote a charity, 95% of the time it's because they get a cut of the money. It's cynical, but that's how it works. That's not to say, like, condemn every single YouTuber who gives money to charity. No, just remember that a lot of the time the YouTuber gets a cut of that money. LSI, how about you just shut the fuck up? I want to fight. You're gonna spend it on TheAlmightyLoli merch, yeah, right? You know, t-shirt link in the description. You could have spent all that money on my awesome t-shirts, which totally don't melt in the wash. That's just horrible rumors spread by fake news and the Republican establishment who are in control of DC. You know, they love slandering everyone by saying that their merchandise is of low quality and horrible. You know. It's also a tax write-off. Yeah, that's not a part of it. It's a tax write-off. Why is no one talking? You get scenes where they talk, scenes where it's just text. It saves on voice acting budget. Has anyone already requested more Ovid? Also, did you know that oral means eagle in Czech? Oh, it's interesting. But yeah, people have requested before, and I do want to talk about it, because I like more oral a lot. Season 3 is like one of my favorite seasons of television all around. One of, it's not my all-time favorite, but it's got some fucking good moments. What are you referring to? What do you mean? If you're talking about like if you're talking about what I was referring to earlier, that was Boogie. The tax write-off thing with charity, that's just all around a tactic from YouTubers. Reading a thread on the lit board on religion reminds me of some of the comments of skeptic videos back in the day. Yeah. It's people who want to debunk the Bible, not understanding that, dude, not many people take it as a literal text. The only people that do are like crazy fucking creationists in the middle of Alabama who, guess what, don't run the fucking world. It's like, no, losing the religious backing of culture is the #1 way to absolutely ruin your fucking environment. Because there's no backing, there's no spice to what makes your culture relevant. And you just devolve into nihilistic bullshit when you want to fuck goats and children. Oh, merch melting in the wash. That was just a joke. You know, it's like you buy like a cheap t-shirt from when you like go on vacation in Mexico or something, you put it in the wash and immediately the design starts melting. Been playing Frostpunk last autumn. Pretty fun. I didn't go communist. These motherfuckers are so ungrateful how they go full penal colonies on these bitches. They deserve it. They're English. Yeah. Frostpunk, I still have no idea how the coal system works. I have no fucking idea. I've looked up so many different gameplay guides of it. Not one of them actually just flat out explains how coal works. It's just like, oh yeah, you know, follow my playthrough and here's how I played the game. It's like, well, I'm doing the exact same thing, but I'm not getting enough coal. What the fuck? Or like the people I have are getting sick at a much faster rate than what you're dealing with. Like, what the fuck? Just do thumpers and hundreds of gathering posts. I do that, and then I still lose coal. The game hates you. I think it really does. Do you go down in efficiency as well? The way it usually works for me, whenever I play Frostpunk, it is I play it, and then I hit the first temperature drop, and yeah, use the children as coal. I hit the first temperature drop, and no matter how many upgrades I had stockpiled, I still have a lot of people get sick, and they die of hypothermia. And no matter what playthrough I do, unless I absolutely rush to get the heat upgrades as fast as possible, to the point I'm like neglecting other upgrades that fuck me later because I don't get enough food, they will freeze. You have to use child labor and long shifts and max out your hospitals and heat them. I understand that's what the game wants, but like a lot of the time when I see playthroughs, I hear I hear people go like, no, that's the exact opposite of what you want to do because it raises discontent fast. So I don't know. It's something to where literally all I need is just an explanation of like, here's how coal works, here's how it goes to each building, something like that, you know. Same temperature drop always fucked over my playthrough. Yeah, right? It's like, it's one of those where, you know, I understand it's like, hey, don't leave the generator on all the time, but then that turns into a case of, okay, but if I turn it off because I have to save energy or something like that, then everyone freezes. I'm not going to be like, oh, DSP broken mechanics. It's just the thing of I don't know what the game wants, and that's a problem on me where I just flat out don't know. Go full Snowpiercer, do child slavery, and force them to work? Yeah. I made it a little further in the Soul Society arc. Yeah. I discovered that I gaslit myself into thinking I started the Bount arc. I'm not. I'm like 10 episodes away from the Bount arc. What game are you talking about? Frostpunk. The one where you have to, like, keep a steampunk city alive through an endless winter. What the fuck am I supposed to do when the temperature keeps dropping? Well, you're supposed to predict that the temperature drops are coming and prepare beforehand, but as stated, I just don't know what it wants from that. I dipped down the Bound arc. Tito Kubo is just boring. It's not Kubo who's boring. The Bound arc is a repurposed Yu Yu Hakusho arc. I'm not even kidding. It was a filler arc taken from Yu Yu Hakusho because the guy who directed the anime for Bleach worked on Yu Yu Hakusho. Fair version of King Ghidorah performed looking more like a dragon or more alien-like. I always like the dragon. The dragon's the fun one. Supposed to go to the southern hemisphere, stupid Brits. First thing you do, get a hot house because that just gets you automatic food. You don't need to feed people for 3 days. Yeah. Hot houses are usually very helpful. I tend to keep at least one hunter camp there just because hunters are immune to the cold. So they're able to go out and get food unless there's like a storm. But they tell you beforehand when a storm's coming. So that's not usually a problem. How does fuck one gaslight yourself into thinking they're watching anime? I know, right? It hit me when I was watching it today where it's like, I don't remember any of these episodes. What the fuck am I on? And I looked and I was on like episode 45. It's like, what? I'm not in the Bount arc? Summer Hemisphere is the worst possible fucking storm, and also glass does the storm. I have no idea what you're typing. Kubo was busy working on the manga arc and ruining his health at the same time when the Bount arc was filling up the anime season. Yeah, it was a literal filler. Please slow with me. I have autism. Type better. Play vanilla or all DLC? I played some of the DLC ones. Apparently because Dean Cain's conservative, he's not Superman according to leftists. Yeah. You know, oh, conservatives never make true art. Meanwhile, they'll just retroactively go back and look at right-wing figures and decide whatever they worked on was not art. It's like, yeah, you fucking Nazis. Only you get to control culture. Okay, I see how it is. What was the lowest point for a character that hit you the hardest? Berserk had some pretty stellar ones. The one right after the eclipse where Guts is realizing what happened to him and he's just running through the forest, that hit me pretty hard where it's like, oof, man. Just because I'm no longer in the age of 1 year filler anime arcs, yeah, right? I think the giant robots be more helpful in Frostpunk. They are. They're actually really helpful. I usually put them on the fucking gathering posts whenever I get them because then they can just gather up coal and you never have to worry about them having a shift. I'm reading Bleach for the first time right now. I'm on chapter 348, the fight with Ulquiria. Kubo really did gaslight everyone thinking this is peak shonen. Here's some point for why I said read the manga. People let anime bias dictate their perspective of who the IP. Ah ha ha. Gotta crack my back. Remember I was told I'm a leftist because I want to create stories and art. Like what? I don't care if we're conservative politicians, but I'm not a leftist. Yeah, they managed to convince a lot of stupid people that the idea of creativity is inherently left-wing when it's not. Like, Conan the Barbarian was specifically made because Robert E. Howard wanted to express what he personally thought masculinity was. And anyone that says Conan the Barbarian's left-wing is just fucking coping. Same with Steve Ditko. Steve Ditko famously put a lot of his politics into comics he was doing. And Steve Ditko was a fucking Ayn Rand fanboy. Or Ayn Rand, however you say her fucking weird-ass Polish name. That's Superman being a leftist because he fights for the oppressed according to Twitter. Once again, no, it's only ours. You're not allowed to have anything. It's only us. Only we are allowed to have things. That's all it amounts to. I have you know, Chad, Ichigo and Gintoki actually talk. Yeah. It's pretty great. I love how many pot shots Gintama takes at Bleach. It's fucking hilarious. The one where Orihime gets arrested is still funny as hell to me. Wait, Conan's political? Soft political. As in, it's literally what Robert E. Howard thought a man should be like, where you are a fucking brute, but at the same time, you have a brain. Because Conan's whole thing is everyone assumed he was just a big, dumb warrior, but he was actually very, very intelligent. Yeah, Robert E. Howard grew up in a mining town with their daily drunken fistfights. Exactly. More philosophical than political. Exactly. Like, even using the term political is bad because politics... I will always, always, always shoot back at the people who say everything is political with, did you not fucking play MGS3? MGS3, where the boss specifically said politics shift with the times. Tomorrow's, yesterday's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, that thing. You know, it's, dude, politics are there as a smokescreen to hide you from the current issue going on. Don't fucking trust something just because it happens to agree with you. Alan Moore's take on Robert E. Howard and Conan's basically a theater kid making passive-aggressive snipes that the jock is more popular than him. If I remember right, was it Alan Moore that shit-talked Robert E. Howard for killing himself? Because it was, because Robert E. Howard committed suicide. That's a pretty famous story about it. He committed suicide after the death of his mother. Because he was really close with his mother, and he just fell into a depressive spiral he never got out of. And there was like a really famous, it was Alan Moore? Yeah. Alan Moore shit-talked him and went like, oh, well, I guess you didn't live up to your own standard of what a man is. It's like, dude, fuck you. Fuck you. People saw the Soviets were the Allies in the beginning, then did 180 in the 50s. Yeah. Well, more than that, socialists in America were all pro-Soviet Union, even as they allied with the Nazis. It was only once the Nazis invaded the Soviet Union did they become, well, we need to fight fascism and save the Jews. It wasn't even the death, it was just diagnosis that she had leukemia. Okay, yeah. Yeah, he went into a bad depressive spiral, yeah. Because Robert E. Howard was real tight with his family. He was a mama's boy. Okay, we're gonna ask Alan Moore why I thought it was a good idea to make CP with his wife. Oh well, you know, shut up. That was art. That was very, very specific art that I won't let the police find. There we go. YouTube shitting itself again? Yeah. Here, let me... Because it's saying on my end it's okay. But... Oh, nope. Now it's... Yeah, now it's wanting to buffer. The stream is okay, but YouTube wants to buffer. So it'd be one of those. It'd be one of those. So give me a sec. I'll give it a little bit of a time to... Yeah, someone posted that Cassie Cage is like, well, what about her? Is her hair alright? I don't like her hair. Cassie herself is alright. I don't like her hair. Conan was Howard's answer to the Lovecraft question. Lovecraft saw the weird and unknown and thought man would shrink. Howard said no, man should fight back. Yeah. And they respect each other so much that Conan is canonical in H.P. Lovecraft. And Conan has in fact kicked the ass of multiple other gods. It's okay, people come say hi in game. I just tuned in. I'm not against it. It's fun, you know. We get funny stuff like a guy trying to hit on our poor bunny girl, and that was fun. My Tuesday streams is Spooky Month exclusive. Are they here to stay? I might do one off and on just to play like a game. I think would be fun to show you guys or something like that. But in regards to doing it with Shota, nah, that was a thing he specifically went out of his way to make time for. Oh shit, now I'm in the Conan band. It's good. I mean, Conan's kind of the... Before Lord of the Rings became the dominant fantasy story, Conan was a very big heavy hitter. It still kind of is, but in a different type of story. Lord of the Rings is all about the world building and high fantasy. Conan is specifically about the one man taking on the world. You know? He's so strong he beat Cthulhu. Yeah. Yeah, Conan canonically ate Cthulhu's flesh and his children are shows as a show of superiority. Yeah. Conan's sword and sorcery. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like Lord of the Rings, you have the downright insane amounts of world building that Tolkien did. You know the history of Middle-earth, you know every race, you outright have the fake language of the elves, all these details that make Middle-earth feel alive. Conan, it's more about the spectacle and almost the pulp aspect of it. I mean, Conan famously was pulp stories. And it was, as stated, you read an issue because you wanted to see what Conan did next. You know, you wanted to see him kick the ass out of this cult. You wanted to see him fuck a bunch of hot women. You wanted to see him fight a demon, stuff like that. Last $5, you see how the writer self-inserted herself as Spider-Man 2. Now it makes sense why Mary Jane's so ugly in the game. She's not a self-insert. Like, I'm actually legitimately annoyed so many people are pushing the self-insert thing. It's not. She's not a self-insert. That was a random story intern that was there in Insomniac for a few months. The actual mocap actor is the same one from Spider-Man 2018, and there's pictures of her in the mocap studio. And she's credited as such. Conan beat up an ancient magical vampire ape man who could turn men into hyenas and have bat wings so metal. Exactly. Shota couldn't even make it time for last Kentucky Grindhouse because he's a failure. Yeah, right? Spit on him. Spit on the Shota. Trust and verify, guys. Yeah. Like, Shota flat out said he doesn't trust the, the manga and lawyers guy on Twitter, the one who really spread that story around. Shota outright said he doesn't trust that guy, and he outright says, I think that dude's a fucking industry plant. Because he was the one that really pushed that story, which Insomniac could easily go and go, hey, that's not what fucking happened. That's not what we did. Not gonna lie, Conan art covers by Frank Frazetta was what I was attracted to it. Oh yeah, they're great. What about Red Sonja? I never really got super into Red Sonja. Some people like it a lot, but that's kind of just one with the OG. I don't care about Lord of the Rings, had so much fluff. It's all about mindset. Do you really care about the world, or do you want to see a guy kick ass? Robert E. Howard's horror stories are Kino? Yeah, he was friends with Lovecraft for a reason. They were both very, very good at what they did. Red Sonja inferior movie. it's a movie, but she also is a legitimate character in the canon of Conan. Red Sonja wasn't a Robert E. Howard creation. A lot of people make that mistake as the comics. Oh, yeah. See, like I said, I don't know much about Red Sonja, so. Did you check out the album Converge Day with Chelsea Wolfe? It's different, but super good Halloween music. I'll check it out. I like Converge a lot. Really does come down to mindset. It really does, you know. Red Sonja just keeps getting raped. At least listen to the media I fap to. But yeah, like I said, it's Lord of the Rings. You wanna read about it because it's basically a history of like a fantasy world. That's literally the intent behind it. It's a sort of kind of fantasy world based off of European history, specifically English history and all that. Yeah. Conan, as stated, is a protagonist-driven story. It's all about Conan's journey, his adventures, how he outsmarts a problem, stuff like that. You know, it's like the difference between Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy and James Bond. Two different avenues of a similar genre. I mean, have you seen Red Sonja? I can't blame those dudes. Yeah, fair enough. Remember, chat, don't fall for gay ops. Always trust and verify, otherwise you're just another retard on X. They're making a Red Sonja movie. Surprisingly, they didn't blackwash the redhead and seems to be doing more accurate-looking armor to her counterpart. Still has potential to fall apart, but that's already good signs. That's already pretty good signs. Okay. We get experience every time we unlock a chunk of the map, so I'll go ahead and... We're watching Cosmic Horror Vid, and there's a section about Lovecraft being racist in the most smug and annoying way, too. It's like, yeah, everyone knows he was racist. He was in the fucking 1920s. And guess what? He disavowed a lot of that shit later in life when he became friends with a lot of black authors. Like, there were small-time sci-fi writers, but point is, he became friends with them. And realized, wow, I'm being a dick. I say you can do your world building BS once I'm actually interested in the MC and their story. That's honestly where I do. That's where I fall to. Where I'm like, hey, world building's nice and all, but what makes the world building interesting is you're already invested in it. So small details become cool. You know, it's like Berserk. When Berserk started off, it was just generic Dark Ages fantasy, and it was as it went on and became more and more invested in the world that the lore fleshed out and became something special. If Cthulhu was able to get killed by Conan, Conan could probably have fucked up Sauron. Yeah? He ate people in Wales more than anything, honestly. That's the thing, he never stopped hating the Welsh. World building doesn't matter if you don't care about the characters. Yeah, that's something I've repeated over and over again, because, like, you know, there are people who are like, hey, will you give me advice on writing? It's like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. But that's just kind of a general rule that I go by, where it's like, world building's nice and all, but if people don't give a shit about the plot and the characters, then you're kind of fucked. Because all you did was write a really big, like, it's something I especially saw a lot, because, you know, obviously, you know, shocker guys, but, you know, Loli in high school was kind of a nerdy guy. You know, kind of a nerdy guy. And I would talk to, like, people on Xbox who would also be pretty nerdy people. And they would always talk about, like, they want to do, like, a fantasy book or this and that, and every single time they describe it, it would be like, and the world has this country, and they do this in it, and I'm like, okay, but, like, what about the stories? Is there anything cool in it? And they're like, oh, well, it's just about fighting a dragon. It's like, okay, so what the fuck? Like, the point of, what is the point of all this? Nerd! Cat Mercury 2 is my god, Alan Moore's pathetic. He a douche. We're all a little bit nerdy. Comes with the territory. Yeah, basic bitch generic world building. Exactly. It's like, it's just about all these different spectacle countries that don't really come into play, or they make the scale so big that they burn themselves out trying to connect it all together. It's like, dude, focus on what actually matters to the story. You can have tiny little background stuff as fun things to plump out scenes. It's not supposed to be something that, like, you're not writing the Silmarillion. Only Tolkien did that, and that's because Tolkien was a fucking madman. Nerd, and you look like Quentin? Man, God really hates you. The problem is, you assume that because I look like Quentin, I wouldn't be a nerd. Advice for writing: write something, make an outline to structure your protag's plot. Remember that John Wick or Northman are very concise films. We don't need to know what the dang king ate that day. Yeah. Yeah. Solid story structure. That's all that matters. D&D and tabletop RPGs been a disaster for fantasy writing. There's cases where it works. You know, they're like Goblin Slayer is a famous example of a D&D session taken and turned into a fun story in itself. The problem is, a lot of the time, it's just kind of a fallback to where it's like, oh, well, this would be a lot of fun and this would be really cool. It's like, you need to say something, you know? That's not to say, like, you need to have a message, but it's more the fact of, like, you need to have something you want to say. Multiple friends made world maps and magic systems for their fantasy series. I'll never even finish first book. Exactly. Nobody gives a shit how the wizards cast a spell. They just want to see a goddamn fireball. Put down the fish. It needs soul. Soul. Ugh. Goblin Slayer Season 2, did you see it then? Is there going to be an update to your review? I've not seen Season 2 yet, but I'm probably going to watch it my own time. It looks fun. Everyone's saying it's pretty damn fun. Ugh. Roger Corman got fantasy right. We're here for bitches and titties. You're not even that wrong. We need another shark. I don't think a story has to say something new, it just has to say something. Most stories do this by virtue of any conflict or resolution, implicitly saying things, just know what you're saying. Exactly. You have a specific vision, you have a story you want to tell, so tell it. You know, shit or get off the pot. That's kind of the general lesson behind it all. Damn shark is on land and it's floating. Call that the monomyth. Yeah. I mean, there is truth to it where, you know, where is the shark? Where basically the idea behind it is you're not trying to say anything new or controversial or make a political message, anything like that. No, it's you have scenes in your mind and you want to make a story around that and you're trying to tell people what you see in your head. That's basically what a story is. You know, you have images in your brain that is scratching you and you want to tell other people about them. A lot of the time when you listen to directors do interviews or something like that, they talk about like specific scenes they were thinking of or sequences, and they're basically writing movies to get to those scenes. That's where you can have some movies where they're not particularly great, but they have one standout segment, because the standout segment is what they were thinking about the whole time. Everything else was an excuse to get there. Yeah. So if you just stick to a very simple structure and a very simple, like, hey, you know, point A to point B to point C, you're able to kind of train that muscle to think more and more and kind of come up with more and more detail, and then you can start getting into like, oh, I want to be the next Scorsese, you know what I mean? Based on some character design on the 50 states, what would you recommend for Kentucky as a native? Look into some of the Kentucky Browncoats, I think they were called. Yeah, give me a sec to make sure that was what they were. But like the regiment in the Revolution that killed a shitload of British soldiers. I guess that wasn't what they were called, but like I said, there was a really famous unit of riflemen in the American Revolution from Kentucky. And they were pretty famous for doing like guerrilla war shit and killing a bunch of British soldiers. I'm digging this creative writing course the stream turned into. Not as much new things heard, but each is nicely worded. Well, you know, I say it. It's a common flaw I see all sorts of people fall into when they want to get into shit like writing or anything like that. I'm not even... The Green Mountaineers? That might have been what they were called. Yeah, Nathaniel Green. Yeah. But yeah, the big problem that a lot of the people run into is... And I've said this before on stream. I've said it actually multiple times. They essentially fall into an issue where they want to make the scale big and impressive without really understanding that means you have to use a very, very, very big scale. And that scares the shit out of a lot of people. Because at the end of the day, what is... You know, what is the point of a fantasy story? You're not writing a 500,000 page fucking book just for nobody to read it because it's like, oh man, fuck that. You're just trying to write a simple fun adventure that ropes people in. Because you have to go off the basis of nobody knows who the fuck you are. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, and oh, someone waved. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But like nobody knows who the fuck you are, and end of the day, you have to find a reason for them to give a shit about you. Just write a fucking atlas if you want to world build. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it. Yeah. Like another good thing that you can look into, because everyone knows about the 3-act structure. The 3-act structure, which is beginning, middle, end. It's like opening, climax, and then resolution. That's the simple version. Obviously, there's steps behind that. Kind of the next level of that is the 8-sequence structure. The 8-sequence structure is essentially those 3 acts are made up of 8 sequences, where you have like one or two or even 3 sequences in a piece of your story. Well, I'm totally butchering it right now, but basically you have the 8 sequences, which is the collection of events and what leads it into, where you have your opening, your status quo, your call to action. It's essentially a more detailed version of the 3 acts, where you're specifically talking about how in the beginning of the story, you have to establish what is considered normal in your world. And once something is considered normal, then you can start introducing elements that break the normality and are the reason your protagonist wants to rise to the occasion or go on the adventure. You know what I mean? Careful, Lolly. People are going to start jerking off the hero's journey structure. Hero's journey is important, but I'm talking about like details beyond that. Not sure what the name of it, but their stories are centralized to a singular location. I swear, has normally been the best stories in movies, i.e. Breakfast Club, Clerks, etc. Yeah. Those are usually done by people who are very experienced in it. A lot of times also by people with like stage history. So it makes sense where it has to be one location, because a lot of time it's literally one stage. And they can dress it up, but you know what I mean. You prefer tan, brown sugar Gyaru, or the more simpler, just blonde hair like Marine? Both can be good. Tanned Gyaru can be very, very good. But, you know, ones like Marine are very nice. Marine's just a good character. She's just genuinely likable. Hero's Journey is a solid foundation. Exactly, it's a very solid foundation. You don't always have to use it, but it's when you're starting off, fucking use it. You're not the new Cormac McCarthy, my nigga.
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds, we owe you many thanks. But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient. The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes and those
You
same
spot any in
words
Japan?
upon your lips.
No, not personally.
I speak only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
Scientists think that the hero's journey might be genetic, as storytelling is so important and integral to humans. It's the literal backbone of culture.
Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
They had no part in it, Tansui.
You know this. We all know this. They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction. So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh.
Yeah.
If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path. Until the day our enemy
Was
is
it 3 or
grown
7
weaker
base story
and
structures that
we
all of humanity derived from? I think it's 7.
there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is. The question being, do you trust me?
Ask me again later.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
You're talking about numerology X gonna flood the chat. I mean, it's true. I mean, you're literally taught it in school. It's like man against man, man against nature, man against government, man against God, man against self, and I think 2 others.
Out of Isari without a second thought. You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Dome, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole.
Man against machine? Is that an actual one, or is that a
We would
shitpost
doubtless
one?
require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the 3 of you, just like that?
Any cool Kentucky folk heroes to recommend for inspiration? As stated, Nathaniel Green. Look into his shenanigans, they're pretty interesting.
But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome.
We only got man versus nature, self-man. No, there are others.
Liberate Isari.
Kids are only taught the 3, but then you find out there's others later.
A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Man versus self versus society versus nature versus technology versus deity, man versus fate. Yeah, there you go. Lazarus 2 still recommend Spider-Man 2? I do. Insomniac's retardation aside, it's genuinely a fun game. Were there any Gyaros in Japan? I said no, I didn't see any. Man vs. the Unknown is also one. Yeah. As stated, there is more than the 3 you're taught. The 3 you're taught in school is just the introductory, because it's trying to get kids to learn the basics. And here, I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm actually going to swap back on over, because it is getting kind of late. Yeah, the 3 you're taught are only to introduce kids to the basic idea behind it, and the idea of the monomyth. But you find out there are later there are different archetypes and different forms of a story. Sounds like my old science lessons are 3 states of matter, then learn there's plasma, and who do we see knocking on the door? Is quantum mechanics with, hey baby, I heard you like matter. Yeah, right. It's there to get kids to understand the basic idea, and then later on you add the curveballs and the differences and the exceptions. Because if you front load it all at once, kids are not gonna have any fucking idea what you're talking about. Shocker, kids are not ready for certain concepts just yet. You have to like piecemeal it to them bit by bit. Your stream picture looks like a mech warrior. It's pretty cool. It's pretty good shit. There's way more than the six senses. Yeah, that's another aspect of it. I'm a big gripe in sci-fi is androids or robots always portrayed as slaves, even when they're created to do dangerous jobs humans can't do on their own, like mining a plant or something. Yeah, it gets kind of annoying, where it's like, we get it. Something with a conscience is technically a living being, and we're being dicks for exploiting it. You can also turn it on and off. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with it, you know? It's like, they've ridden the androids are people into the dirt so much that it's like, dude, what is there to really say about it? I mean, I think stuff like Lies of P handles it well, where you are playing as one of the machines, becoming a human, and you have to decide, like, are you a human? Are you a puppet? Like, what are you? But anything like that, it's, you know. Gotta do anything special for Thanksgiving? Possibly. I mean, it is my birthday around then. Let me see when the... So Thanksgiving's on the 23rd this year. Okay. Afro Thunder Gaming, $5 are a fair bit of Gyaru no Kanawa, but that's mostly because it's basically half U.S. military base, half Japan. Yeah, basically. Ugh. Do you not like award-winning Detroit Become Human? When it comes to Monster Girl, how far is too far? When you can't recognize that it was once human. Issue with the android shit is that Americans cannot stop jerking themselves off but want to make analogies about slavery and oppression. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's we like to masturbate to, man, we had slavery and that's so fucked up. It's like, who cares? Every nation in the fucking world has used slaves. Who fucking cares?
Turn us into fucking killers!
It's like, can we do anything else with our media? You know? Blade Runner 20, I think you mean 49. It's just slice of life with K and Joy. Yeah, it's pretty good. I had fun saying hi in game because I'm too shy. It's good. It's good. As today, people are allowed to track us down and poke at us and go, oh my god. And then, you know, be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. We're grinding. Be like, oh my god. It's fun. Keeps people engaged. Remember there's a difference between Monster Girls and furry. Monster Girl has human face. Yeah. The human aspects are the important parts. Never get rid of those. It's a proposed sequel idea. I mean, Kay's dead. Joy's dead. Wouldn't androids have shocker reality if you open to the idea of freedom? I mean, that's something that other stories have explored before. It's like, what does an android do if you leave it by itself? Plug my phone in. My phone's dying. There we go. There's slavery in Libya, but ignore who was the president who brought down Gaddafi. Yeah, right? People who don't like Ragnar don't deserve human rights. Fuck the spider. I hate the spider. Total spider death. So you like Killing Bites. Killing Bites is okay, but it gets into the habit of like, oh, you like this main character? No, you don't. They're dead now. It's like, fuck you. You've done this like 4 times. In media, you had slaves. Feel bad. Me, I don't care. In fact, I'll do it again with even more slaves. Kind of like racism. People hit you in the face so much that racism bad message that it makes it hard. Makes it hate you more than the idea itself. Yeah. Well, you know, it's a thing of like, yeah, we get it. It's an injustice, and we shouldn't forget, you know, that this happened. But there comes a point where it just flat out becomes fetishization, and it's like, hey, let's not just beat ourselves off to the idea of, oh, but there was human suffering once. Like, who cares? Does Spider have puss? No. Somehow Palpatine came back. Kay and Joy can come back too. It's not Star Wars. It's not supposed to have shit like that. Maybe best take a full circle. Machines have dethroned humanity for being considered human. Like that, more human than human, then where does that leave humanity? Well, I think an interesting idea is like, well, what would happen to the machine once it won? Like, what would it really do? I don't see any VODs on Odyssey, only Rumble. Yeah, Odyssey doesn't save the streams. I don't know why. It just doesn't. Okay. I'm ready to call it. It is almost 3 a.m. here, and I got to wake up and take care of the dog. So, thanks to everybody who showed up. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, great time here. We finally made it to Gunbreaker, and Gunbreaker, pretty damn fun. I'm liking it so far. We are stuck on that one quest. That's a fucking pain in the ass. Fucking pain in the ass. You multi-stream? No. It's just other sites. Odyssey and Rumble are set to automatically import videos and streams over to them. So shit like that. But yeah, Gunbreaker's a lot of fun. I like it a lot. We are stuck on that one quest where you can never find a queue, and that sucks, but we do what we gotta do. We do what we gotta do. I'll see about getting us past that quest later and getting us to like be able to actually check out the patch quests, because that'll be fun. But yeah. So, see ya.